Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start in just 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Magdalena Żelazowska. I am the head of communication and promotion team at European Network Remembrance and Solidarity. We are about to start the second day of the 13th European Remembrance Symposium and International Conference on the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act. Yesterday, I learned that the secret of Finnish happiness is accepting any kind of weather and any kind of difficulties that may appear in life. So let's accept this rainy morning. And now it is my great pleasure to invite on stage Mr. Rafał Rogulski, the director of European Network Remembrance and Solidarity.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We are meeting in a place that symbolizes a process which led to a peace agreement and which concluded despite the divisions and fierce rivalries between West and East. The start of this process was proposed in 1964 at the United Nations by the Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Adam Rapacki, of the then communist-controlled Poland. The authors of the plan announced and agreed to the gradual conventional disarmament and the creation of a non-atomic zone in Central Europe. Helsinki and Finlandia are also a symbol of agreement on fundamental issues. An agreement concluded in spite of disagreements on many important issues, such as the German question at that time, in an era that is sometimes referred to in 20th century history as the tone, de-escalation, even though the de-escalation was accompanied by a military technology race and the US demanded that the Western European states take more responsibility for their security, including its financing. Today, NATO partners are hearing, and rightly so, similar demands. Today, too many issues remain unsettled. So, can the experience of the time provide any guidance for today's politicians? We will discuss this and many other issues related to peace processes, their history, their heritage, but above all, their future. As I mentioned last night, the annual European Remembrance Symposium, one of the flagship projects of the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, aims to give you representatives of institutions involved in the dissemination and sometimes the research of 20th century history the opportunity to share your experiences, to share your questions, your successes. One of the objectives is to seek opportunities for joint projects and to cooperate across borders to bring together different perspectives of 20th century European history and to help each other get to know and understand each other better. In addition to this aim, each edition of the European Remembrance Symposium always discuss a topic of importance to us all, which changes every year and usually relates to the place or anniversaries of historical events or processes. This year, as you know, we invite you to reflect our common, hopefully peaceful and secure future on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the signing of Helsinki Final Act. In the opening panel titled Helsinki and Diplomacy, Power and Limitations you will be experiencing in a moment, Mr. Jako Jalava was going to share with us his thoughts. However, just a few days ago, we were informed about his passing. Jako Jalava had a long and renewed career in the Finnish diplomacy, serving as ambassador to the United States and United Kingdom, as well as the Undersecretary of State for Foreign and Security Policy. Since joining the Ministry for Foreign Affairs in 1972, he played a central role in shaping Finland's foreign and security policy and was widely recognized as an expert in transatlantic relations. In 2011, he was appointed as a facilitator for the Conference on the Middle East Nuclear Non-Proliferation. Let us please honor his memory with a minute of silence. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, once more, thank you very much for accepting our invitation, coming to Finlandia Hall, coming to Finland. Let me, at the end of my short speech, to thank some people, this time not the institutions, but some people being responsible for co-organizing this event. The first person, Professor Laura Kolbe. Thank you very much for your help from the Professor Laura Kolbe from the Helsinki University. Professor Taivo Taivainen, Mrs. Kati Katielso, Mrs. Heta Hedman, and Mr. Bradley Reynolds from Historians Without Borders. Specialist Päivi Taurinen. And last but not least, Professor Katharina Kunter and Jenny Baumann Professor Katharina Kunter from University of Helsinki, and Johnny Paulmann from Bundesstiftung Aufarbeitung. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
And the next welcome speech will be delivered by Dr. Jenny Paulmann from the Federal Foundation for the Study of the Communist Dictatorship in Germany.
Hello, good morning, hyvää huomenta, everybody. And thank you, Rafał, Rogulski, here you are, for your kind words of welcome and for making us feel welcome here in Finlandia-talo this rainy morning in Helsinki. I am happy to join you in addressing you, our audience who have come to Helsinki, and also our audience, we shouldn't forget about them, that are joining us via live stream in different parts of the continent. My name is Jenny Paulmann, and I'm addressing you on behalf of the Federal Foundation for the Study of the Communist Dictatorship in Germany, and I'm doing so in the name of our director, Anna Kaminsky, whom most of you, or many of you, might know, and who is unfortunately not able to be with us today nor tomorrow, but who sends her warmest regards to all of you. The Federal Foundation is a German institution with the task to study and to investigate the communist dictatorship in East Germany. We do this by supporting projects all over Germany, also in Europe, that deal with the history of communist dictatorships, of German division and unity, of the culture of remembrance, and the period of European transformations after the end of the Cold War. This conference here today is one of the many projects, but a special one, that we were not only very happy to fund, but also very happy to co-organize and finally to co-host. We do this, and we are grateful for it, with many partners from many different European states. Overall, I actually counted 13 logos of different institutions on the back of our program, which I find quite impressive. Yeah, and just as the let's say, field of study of our institution, the German Democratic Republic, the GDR, was never a regional variant of communism in the form of half a German state, East Germany, but always part of the entire communist system. Our memory and educational work today is also based on mutual understanding, mutual cooperation, transnational and transcultural cooperation, and learning from other states with dictatorial pasts. And even though the historians, and there are many among us, know that it is always better not to judge historical events from or by the end of history or from the perspective of its end, we know also that the peaceful revolution within the GDR that brought down the Berlin Wall in 1989, and 1 year later, 35 years ago in this autumn, the German reunification would most likely not have been possible without the signing of the Helsinki Agreement here in Finlandia-talo, which 2 German states did in 1975. So I look forward to discussing you within the next 3 days, the, let's say, in-between developments between 1975 and today, and also to do so in the spirit of Helsinki, which means in the spirit of fruitful and peaceful cooperation. I would like to express my thanks and gratitude to all of our many partners for the, I must say, very excellent and very smooth collaboration beforehand. Of all of you, I would especially like to thank Katharina, Kunter from the University of Helsinki, and also Maria from INRS, Maria Naimska. And she's not here with us this morning, but she will be in the evening. Lena Kingelin from Goethe Institute Helsinki, with whom we will be organizing and hosting a concert tonight, to which all of you are, of course, also very happy to join at 8 o'clock in Kaisanhelmi, just on the opposite of the Töölö Bay. Yeah, I wish us all an inspirational conference, and let's do this not only in the spirit of Helsinki, but also in the fresh, a little bit rainy today, but I find still very wonderful summery air of Helsinki. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And the next welcome speech will be delivered by Professor Katharina Kunter from the Faculty of Theology at University of Helsinki.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, everyone. As you heard, my name is Katharina Kunter, and I'm Professor for Contemporary Church History at the Faculty of Theology of the University of Helsinki. And many of you, I guess, have already heard my welcome address last night. And I must admit that I was tempted to say the same again this morning, especially as Jenny, at the moment from the Bundesstiftung Aufarbeitung, has already thanked everyone I also wanted to thank. So I also wanted to thank the European Network, especially the team, the organization team, the Bundesstiftung Aufarbeitung, as mentioned, Robert Grünbaum and Jenny Baumann, and Markus Meckel, also as a figure who made all this possible in networking and supporting and inspiring us to go on with this conference. Also Johannes Paulmann from the Leibniz Institute of European History in Mainz, the Goethe Institute, and also I would like to mention the Our Foundation in Helsinki. They all have contributed to these 4 days in very different ways by finding ideas, getting forward, setting organizational tools and goals, but also by finding speakers, inviting speakers, getting and making contacts, but also for example, sponsoring the coffee during our breaks. However, I'm also standing here before you as a professor of the Faculty of Theology at the University of Helsinki, and it is not a given that I can take such an active part in shaping a civil society event like this conference. The Helsinki Final Act enshrined freedom of thought and conscience in the Principle 7, and it was then the Holy See that championed this principle at the time. Today, we all know freedom of thought and expression is increasingly under strain in many parts of the world and also in Europe. And I would like to take a moment to thank my own Faculty of Theology at the University of Helsinki on behalf of all free academic institutions for supporting collaboration between academia and civil society without interference and constraint. So once again, a warm welcome from my side, from the University of Helsinki, from the Faculty of Theology, and I wish you 3 more very inspiring and engaging days here in Helsinki. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And our next partner, Historians Without Borders, will be represented by Dr. Erkki Tuomioja.
Also on behalf of Historians Without Borders, warm welcome to Helsinki and to this house where the final act of the Conference on European Security and Cooperation was signed 50 years ago. As I recall, the immediate reaction to the final act was muted rather than ecstatic. Personally, while as a young parliamentarian, I was satisfied with the commitments to retain the status quo peacefully, I was also rather cynical about the basket-free items. And I was wrong, of course, as these proved to be one important tool in opening up the Iron Curtain and in the end contributing to the collapse of communist dictatorships. But this period when democracy was making huge gains, not only in Europe but in other parts of the world as well, was, alas, temporary and lasted scarcely 2 decades. And now we are once again living in a period with more and more countries resorting to authoritarianism and relying on military armaments for their security, and, even more dangerously, some of them also using their military force to strive for gains at the expense of other countries and nations. This is pursuing a chimera, as no lasting gains to the welfare of any people can be achieved by military means. Humankind today is faced with existential threats of nuclear war, climate change, and the loss of biodiversity, and none of them can be countered by resorting to military means. The current situation with ongoing wars in Ukraine and Gaza has shown that these and other countries have effectively pushed efforts to deal with these issues to second or third place on the international agenda. And it has to be also admitted that the need to address ecological issues and other threats to sustainability was only beginning to be recognized 50 years ago in the Final Act, even if the OSCE today is doing some good work on environmental issues. But the big global picture still is that not only have we neglected the ecological threats to humankind, we have also enhanced a third existential threat to our existence, namely nuclear weapons, to the extent that the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists has set its famous doomsday clock at 89 seconds to midnight, closer than ever before during the atomic age. Putting an end to wars and the destruction and killing they entail has to be our first priority. But lasting peace can only be achieved by respecting the sovereign rights of people under attack, be it in Ukraine or Palestine. And moreover, the root causes of conflicts have to be addressed, and these vary from case to case, but one constant factor in all of them is the need to address the history behind the conflict openly and honestly, so that peace agreements can be signed in confidence that they will not be reopened by the abuse of history to abet conflicts and to prevent their lasting resolution. Recognizing that history has and continues to be misused to create and stoke conflict was the impetus that led to the establishment of Historians Without Borders, to mobilize historians to prevent this and to contribute to conflict resolution. Getting historians from parties to the conflict to sit down together and engage in dialogue on how history divides them, and then progress to finding common understanding about their history, is something that we have managed to do with Russian and Ukrainian, as well as Israeli and Palestinian historians, although unfortunately today most of these historians have to work in exile. In this spirit, we can welcome the possibility of partnership with the European Network for Remembrance and Solidarity and others in arranging this symposium, which should seek to find ways to show that repeating the mantra "Si vis pacem, para bellum" will not give us peace unless we also work on the basis "Si vis pacem, para pacem," as those who drafted the Final Act 50 years ago did. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Minister Petri Hakkarainen, the head of the political department at the Finnish Ministry for Foreign Affairs.
Well, thank you so much. Not minister, but representative of the ministry, anyhow. And warm greetings to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland as well. As a historian and practitioner, it's a particular pleasure for me to attend events like these, combining the then and the now, as is in the title of this event, as former Minister Tuomioja also raised. the possibilities of bringing constructive uses of history to also to the knowledge of practitioners and decision makers of today is extremely important. I'll just briefly mention 3 dates or 3 years in my opening remarks. First of all, of course, 1975. I was born a few months after the signature of the Helsinki Final Act, so I was not present at the creation. But I've spent a sizable chunk of my life doing research on that period, on the origins of the conference and the Final Act, and it's therefore a particular pleasure for me to reconnect with Mike, and I do look forward to listening to his keynote. We spent a bit of time in the same conference circuit 20 years ago or so, and Mike will be able to speak much more eloquently on the history on the Final Act than I ever could. So looking forward to that. I'll just mention one thing on 1975. Of course, it also had lots of unintended consequences. Decision makers always operate in a situation of imperfect knowledge, of uncertainties. There are always alternative futures, alternative paths towards the future. It all only looks very clear with the benefit of hindsight. And the same, of course, applies for today. There's always space for human agency on making decisions that affect our future, and that was the case in 1975 as well. Fast forward to 2021. Back then I was working together with the then President Niinistö as his advisor. That was the moment when Finland decided to take on the chairpersonship of the OSCE for this year in 2025. It was of course a very different time, but we still already then saw all the dangers in the horizon. And we then spoke a lot. The president really raised exactly the theme of today, the spirit of Helsinki, in many of his speeches and interventions. And I do recommend revisiting some of them from 2021. He wrote a piece to Foreign Policy magazine in July 2021. Also gave a speech on this theme at the Kerber Foundation in Berlin in November 2021. And there was a lot of talk about the letter, the model, and the spirit of Helsinki back then. The letter, of course, meaning the principles, the model then on the thoughts of somehow expanding this idea of cooperative security to other continents as well, be it Asia, be it the Middle East, and then the spirit, which is the theme today, which really is also a mindset of how to approach things, trying to find common denominators where we can, even at the time of major disagreements. And to a certain extent, and I would say to a large extent, all of these things are still very much valid today, although we do live in a very different kind of a world than we expected in 2021. And then finally 2025, where we are today, Finland being the chairpersonship in office, we are of course not shying away from our responsibilities. We are very much looking at this from the perspective of the chairpersonship motto is respect, respond, and prepare. Respect, again, means respecting the principles, trying to reaffirm them. The fact that they have been broken at a time when everything in the OSCE space is overshadowed by Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, the fact that they have been broken does not mean that they are invalid. Quite to the contrary, they are more important than ever. Respond then means really responding to the challenges of today with all the means that the OSCE has in its wherewithal, and then prepare, really preparing for the future, preparing for the future challenges, making sure that the OSCE is and continues to be an important part of the European security architecture from here onwards. And I would just like to mention that we are also then gearing up for a landmark event on the exact anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act, last days of July, first days of August this year. And there is a big conference here also on these premises on the 31st of July, where we do stress the importance of the principles, but also really want to raise the importance of civil society. And just as a piece of advertisement, the registration for that event is open on the MFA website. And very finally, thank you very much, Dr. Rogulski, for your kind words on Ambassador Laajava, on his passing. It has, of course, been a big shock to the whole ministry for the past few weeks. He really is one of the preeminent diplomats that we have had during the past decades in our system, in our service, and has left an indelible mark on the history of Finnish diplomacy. So thank you very much for your kind words. I do know he had really been looking forward to this event, had been preparing his remarks in great detail. So in that sense, also a big loss for all of us. But thank you, and I wish you a very, very successful and fantastic conference here. Thank you.
It is now time we move to our keynote lecture delivered by Professor Morgan. But before we do this, we will listen to a short introduction delivered by Professor Johannes Paulmann. Please.
It's my great pleasure to introduce Michael Morgan. My name is Johannes Paulmann. I'm the director of the Leibniz Institute of European History at Mainz in Germany, and one of the co-organizers of the conference. No speech, just a warm welcome from the Institute on behalf of the Institute. But now to Michael, our first keynote speaker, who will also join the following panel after his keynote. Michael is Professor of International History at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. He specializes in modern, international, and global history. Michael is the author of a pertinent scholarly work to our conference. The title is The Final Act, the Helsinki Accords, and the Transformation of the Cold War. It was published by Princeton University. His book received the 2018 Edgar S. Furness Award for the best first book in international security. Michael was educated at the University of Toronto, Cambridge University, and Yale. Before joining the faculty at the University of North Carolina, he taught at the United States Naval War College and the University of Toronto, and was also a visiting fellow at the Sciences Po in Paris. Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you for that warm introduction. Let me start by saying what an honor it is to be here with you to commemorate the signing of the Final Act and to do so in the building where it happened 50 years ago. It's also a pleasure to see so many colleagues and old friends in the audience. As many of you know, 50 years ago this summer, Helsinki was arguably, at least for a few days, the capital of the world. Journalists who observed the dozens of international leaders who were convening here in Finlandia Hall said that nothing like it had been seen since the Congress of Vienna in 1815, or perhaps the funeral of the British King, Edward VII, in 1911. It was a historic event by just about any measure. I'd like to say a few words this morning about why the Final Act mattered so much, where it came from, how it came about, how it shaped the post-Cold War world, and what its legacy might be today. So a little bit about the past, a little bit about the present, and a few words about the future. So to start with, why did the Final Act matter so much? This was a long, and if you've tried reading it, frankly dry diplomatic text. And there were many people in the 1970s who doubted that it deserved anyone's attention. Skeptics today might ask, why does it deserve our attention today? The simplest answer, I would suggest, is that buried beneath the thousands of words of diplomatic jargon, there lay a transformative vision of international order. Anyone who read the text closely could see, as the diplomats who negotiated it saw, that the agreement promised to change Europe in a number of profound ways. Let me give you just a few of the highlights. First of all, the Final Act said that Europe's borders, which seemed to be frozen by the nuclear standoff of the Cold War, could in fact be changed. They could be redrawn peacefully and through negotiation. This, of course, held out the possibility of reunifying Germany. The Final Act repudiated the Brezhnev Doctrine, and it affirmed that states could choose their own alliances. The Final Act stipulated that respect for human rights was not simply a desirable thing, as the UN Charter said. It went further than the UN Charter and said that respect for human rights was a fundamental principle of international security equal to state sovereignty and equal to the principle of non-intervention in domestic affairs. And the Final Act also lowered barriers of all kinds between East and West. It promoted closer contacts between people, between societies. It promoted the reunification of families. It promoted the free movement of books and magazines and movies and newspapers. It promoted greater transparency, greater openness, greater trust between militaries. If you put all of these ideas together, what they add up to was a sweeping program for redrawing the map of Europe. And not only that, but for undermining the principles on which the power of the Soviet world rested. The Final Act promised not to make the Cold War tolerable, but to make it obsolete. That was the goal of the Final Act. This, at least, was what the Western participants in the negotiations had in mind. Now, those Western negotiators did not expect that change would come about suddenly. Maybe it wouldn't even come about within their lifetimes. But they did hope that the text they negotiated would serve as a yardstick, a way of measuring states' behavior. It would serve as a compass, an instrument for pointing in the right direction. Hopefully, this would chart a course out of the Cold War. But of course, no matter how bold the vision in the Final Act, it was, as some critics said, just a piece of paper. It was not even binding under international law. So why was there any reason to think that it would be implemented? Why would anyone think that it would have power? Well, I'd suggest that the answer to this question, how could it be binding? How could it have power? The answer to that question also helps us to explain where the agreement came from in the first place. So I'd like to say a few words about the longer-term origins of this agreement. If there's one word that captures the origins of the Final Act, and we heard this yesterday evening, if there's one word that captures the origins, it's this: legitimacy. More specifically, the Eastern and Western orders, the international systems that had defined the Cold War in Europe for decades by the time that the negotiations began, both of these orders had tumbled into crises of legitimacy in the 1960s. These crises threatened governments' internal stability and their international partnerships, their alliances, their international systems. In the West, politicians, officials, journalists in the 1960s worried that NATO was headed for a crack-up. Nuclear equilibrium in the Cold War had the paradoxical result of reducing fears of conflict, fears of war, to the point that many civilians started to think that NATO itself had become obsolete. In addition to this, the Vietnam War, the American war in Vietnam, raised questions about the wisdom, the morality of American leadership. One of the United States' leading European allies, Charles de Gaulle's France, went so far as to withdraw from NATO's military institutions in a bid for greater autonomy and greater influence. On top of these international problems in the West, the Allies faced a rising tide of domestic discontent and economic dislocation. There were, of course, the wide-scale protest movements against the Vietnam War. But on top of that, citizens increasingly demanded that military spending be redirected into social programs. Students, intellectuals, citizens denounced the political and intellectual and social status quo that had defined the post-war period. Some of them questioned the underpinnings of liberal democracy itself. The tide of economic growth that had defined the post-war years began to ebb in the late 1960s. Unemployment rates rose. The Bretton Woods system began to fracture. So it seemed like all at the same time, the Western order, the American-led order, was facing domestic and diplomatic and social and intellectual crises of legitimacy, people questioning the underlying assumptions and institutions on which the Western order was based. And at the same time, of course, similar processes were at work in the Eastern world, in the Soviet-led order. Despite the rhetoric of socialist unity, some of Moscow's allies, like the Romanians, like the Poles, like the East Germans, in different ways and much more subtly than in the West, but they questioned Soviet leadership. They challenged Soviet leadership. The invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968 demonstrated to Soviet leaders and to many others that the Soviet order could no longer rely on the threat or the use of military force to hold the communist bloc together. Alternatives to force needed to be found. In 1969, the Soviet Union and China stepped to the brink of war, shredding what little remained of their once formidable partnership. So these were the international crises of the Soviet world. Domestically, citizens were losing faith in the promises of communism and the economic promises that communism would produce higher living standards than capitalism. Growth rates in the command economies were slipping by the late 1960s and showed little sign, there was little hope of them ever turning around. Soviet leader Leonid Brezhnev recognized that the ideas of Marxism, Leninism were losing their popular appeal among students, among small groups of intellectuals who, again, in small numbers, but increasingly began to speak out openly, to criticize Marxist-Leninist ideology and Soviet government policies. The suppression of the Prague Spring snuffed out the last flickerings of communist idealism, those flickerings of idealism that remained by the late 1960s among intellectuals in the Soviet bloc. So for all of these reasons, in the East, Soviet leaders too recognized that they were facing a gathering crisis of legitimacy that affected both their domestic institutions, their domestic principles, and their international partnerships. The Final Act, then, the CSCE, had its origins in Moscow's attempt to tackle these crises of legitimacy, to find new principles, to shore up the foundations of the Soviet system, to shore up the Soviet domestic order and the international order. Brezhnev hoped that the Soviet Union would become the world champion of peace, and that would become the USSR's main claim to international legitimacy and international leadership. He also hoped that détente in general and the CSCE in particular would revive the fortunes of the communist economy by encouraging greater trade, Western investment, access to technology, and so on. The Western reaction to this Soviet initiative was mixed. In Washington, of course, the Nixon administration in the late 1960s was open to these Soviet proposals. They welcomed the idea of détente. in the hope of creating some geopolitical breathing room for the United States in the wake of Vietnam, in the hope of reclaiming some American freedom of action. And no one in the Nixon administration felt particularly strongly about Brezhnev's idea for a security conference in Europe. They thought at best this will be an anodyne diplomatic agreement. It's not going to change very much, and it's not going to do very much damage. So they were willing to offer this to the Soviets, perhaps in exchange for other things that they regarded as more important. But the Western European powers, America's NATO allies, saw things differently. Leaders like Georges Pompidou in Paris and Willy Brandt in Bonn, and I should say Urho Kekkonen here in Helsinki, aspired not necessarily to stabilize the Cold War, but certainly in the case of the NATO allies, they aspired to transcend it, to transcend the Cold War. They wanted to build bridges between East and West, to open new markets for Western firms, to bring Western ideas and Western culture and Western books and newspapers to Soviet and Eastern European citizens. And they hoped that this process of what Pompidou called interpenetration would improve the daily lives of citizens in Eastern Europe and the USSR, and over time would not just establish peace, but would erode the foundations of communist order, so as to produce not just stability, but a deeper peace than could ever have been possible in a divided Europe. And so what we had at the CSCE in the negotiations here in Helsinki and in Geneva was a collision, a conflict between rival visions of international order, rival definitions of peace, and rival concepts of legitimacy. Over the course of those negotiations, thousands of hours, hundreds of meetings, involving countless diplomats, gradually, the Western vision gained the upper hand. The Western representatives at the negotiations, with help from the neutrals like Finland and Austria and Sweden, maintained a united front, refused to compromise on their core demands, and effectively outlasted their Soviet and Eastern European interlocutors. But of course, the CSCE operated by consensus. No deal would have been possible unless the Soviets had been willing to make a deal. So why were they willing to agree to these Western demands? I think the short answer is that by 1975, Leonid Brezhnev had invested so much in producing an agreement. He had tied his name so clearly, so closely to the CSCE and to the idea, this project of European peace, that he could not bear to see it fail. And he insisted, he ordered that Soviet diplomats on the scene start to make concessions. And he calculated that those concessions would be livable, would be tolerable, would be manageable. But what makes this story even more complicated and in many ways more interesting is that some Soviet officials, including the head of the Soviet negotiating team, themselves wanted to see reform and themselves were open to some of those Western demands. They believed that the CSCE could be a spur to revive and reform and open up the Soviet system, to save it from itself, in a sense. Not to destroy communism, but perhaps to make it successful, finally. The Warsaw Pact's leaders in the summer of 1975 did not have any illusions about the text of the Final Act. They understood what Western governments were trying to do. They understood this transformative vision. They understood the Western hope of eroding the foundations of communism. But they signed the agreement nonetheless, either because they calculated, they gambled, that state sovereignty would protect them and save them from having to fulfill any of their promises, or, in the case, for example, of the East Germans, they reasoned that the Soviets were so determined to get a deal that they had no choice but to sign. They had to defer to Soviet leadership. That's how the Final Act, in my view, came about. So now, what were the consequences of the Final Act? How did it influence what remained of the Cold War? And what came afterwards? We can't say, I would argue, that the Final Act itself caused communism to collapse. It's too simple. But we can argue, I would argue, that the Final Act did hasten that process. It accelerated it in crucial ways. Not least because governments across the Soviet bloc trumpeted the text of the Final Act. They published it widely. They broadcast it to their citizens. They hoped that this agreement, despite its flaws, in their view, would bolster the legitimacy of their regimes. The Soviet government went so far as to incorporate the 10 crucial principles of the Final Act into the 1977 Soviet Constitution, word for word, as the foundations of Soviet foreign policy. But contrary to the expectations of communist leaders, they proved unable to contain, to restrain the effects of the Final Act. Small but influential groups of intellectuals and activists demanded that their governments live up to the promises that they had made through declarations like Charter 77, as some people in this room knew firsthand, participated in making that possible. During the CSCE's follow-up conferences in the 1970s and 1980s, liberal democratic governments collaborated with some of those dissidents to press the Soviets and their allies to live up to their promises too, building cross-border networks to promote reform, to promote greater openness. The Soviets were outraged by these efforts, but they nonetheless stuck to the CSCE. They refused to abandon it. Why not? Simply put, by this point, they had tied themselves so closely to this process, so closely to this document, that they couldn't repudiate it at almost any price for fear of undermining their own legitimacy. After taking office in 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev magnified these effects in ways that no one could have predicted. His program of domestic and international reform echoed the fundamental principles of the Final Act, and some of those reforms enacted explicitly some of the Helsinki principles. Releasing dissidents from prison, allowing greater freedom of speech, ending the jamming of Western radio broadcasts, striving to build East-West trust on military matters. And in his internal struggles within the Soviet system against hardliners, opponents of reform, Gorbachev invoked the Final Act to say, look, we made these promises, we need to reform domestically to live up to our promises. In keeping with the principles of the Final Act, he also heeded the idea of peaceful change of frontiers in the negotiations to reunify Germany in 1990. After the Berlin Wall fell, after Germany reunified, the Final Act provided, I would argue, a blueprint for post-Cold War Europe. Someone yesterday mentioned the Paris Charter, and I think that document summarizes better than any other the way in which the Final Act shaped post-Cold War Europe. The Cold War did not end with a grand peace conference or a grand peace treaty, but it did have the Paris Charter, which served as the next best thing to a peace treaty for post-war Europe. And the Paris Charter, signed at the CSCE's first summit meeting since the 1975 one in Helsinki, recapitulated the Final Act's principles and respect for human rights and democracy. Now, these developments didn't clarify, the Paris Charter did not clarify some of the inherent tensions and ambiguities in the Final Act, like the tension between respect for sovereignty and respect for human rights. And in many ways, the story of international politics in the 1990s and after is the story of the struggle over this tension, the tension between sovereignty and human rights. Now, over the last decade, as we've heard already, some of these core principles have come under attack. The core principles of the CSCE have come under attack, not just from Russia with its war of aggression against Ukraine, but by other countries too, including, I have to say, the United States. The current administration's threat to seize territory from other countries by force is a fundamental violation of the text of the Final Act and, of course, of the UN Charter. So what remains of the Final Act today? What inspiration can we draw from it if in many ways it has been kicked to the curb of international politics? Well, one impulse, I think, would be to defend those principles, to try to hold countries to the text of the CSCE. I think that's a justifiable and important impulse. But I want to suggest a different possibility, one that may be more in keeping with the spirit of Helsinki. This possibility is the possibility of transformation. After all, the diplomats in the early 1970s were not simply looking to defend the status quo. They were looking to transcend the status quo. The process of negotiating the Final Act was, for the Western participants, an exercise in creativity, not in conservatism. And so in thinking about the future of European and transatlantic security, I would suggest that we can draw inspiration not simply from the model of what happened 50 years ago, not just the text of the Final Act, but the true spirit of Helsinki is the spirit of creativity, of innovation, of laying down new principles, of building new institutions that respond to the crises of the moment, rather than simply trying to uphold the principles that were relevant 50 years ago. So perhaps the best way to honor Helsinki, to honor the work done here in Finlandia Hall, is not simply, or not only, to defend the past, but to look for new ways to create the future. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a short coffee break. Let's meet here in 10 minutes, so 11:15. Thank you.
Is this on? Oh yes, it is on. Okay. Welcome back welcome to the first opening panel of our conference, Helsinki and Diplomacy, Power and Limitations. Want to introduce the panelists to you. Unfortunately, as you've already heard, we had to learn last week that one of our panelists, Jaakko Laajava, passed away. We were and still are shocked by this news and wish to remember him also with this, our panel. In our preparatory meeting, Jaakko already had a very interesting exchange with Martin Paluš. He wanted to give us his views on how we got to the final act and would have wanted to explain the international context. Jaakko's absence is deeply felt by us today and by all who knew him. Let's start with our panel, Helsinki and Diplomacy. We want to ask, what role did diplomacy play during the Cold War? What significance did the Helsinki Final Act have for diplomatic actors as well as activists and dissidents in East and West? And the panel will also discuss at the end the possibilities and constraints of diplomacy in current conflicts. To discuss these questions, we have a panel of experts, some who took part in the events, others who've worked as diplomats or scholars on the conference and related themes. I think Michael needs no more introduction. He's introduced himself with his opening keynote, which gave us much thought for discussion, as we will see. I will introduce Sia Spiliopoulou-Okamak, who sits next to me. Sia is an expert in international law, an NGO consultant for minorities, and law and diversity. She's professor at Abo Akademi University. Before joining Abo Akademi, she was the director of the Åland Island Peace Institute from 2007 to 2023. Previously, she worked at the Faculty of Law at Uppsala University in Sweden, from where she holds her doctoral degree. She served as expert and president of the Advisory Committee of the Framework Convention on National Minorities in the Council of Europe and as member of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission on Tornedalen in Sweden. Next to Michael is Enrica Moskitska-Dendes, a diplomat since around 2000, who studied politics and law. She's a diplomat and Undersecretary of State at the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She worked at the Polish Embassy in Berlin and was head of the coordination unit at the ministry's European Union Department and expert for the CBSS Commissioner on Democratic Development in Copenhagen. She was Poland's ambassador to Denmark from 2015 till 2020, and afterwards she headed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Bureau of Investments. Next to her is Martin Paluš, Director of International Cooperation of the Remembrance Society and a member of the Council of the Czech Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes. He was one of the original signatories of Charter 77, served as its spokesman in 1986, and was among the founders of the Civic Forum, Czech Civic Forum in 1989. After the fall of communism, he was a member of Parliament, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Ambassador of the Czech Republic to the United States and to the United Nations. So we have a contemporary witness, an activist, a civil rights activist, and a diplomat in one person on the panel. Welcome, Martin. And finally, I'll introduce Christina Spohr, an expert in international and history. She's Professor of International History at the London School of Economics and Senior Fellow at the Henry A. Kissinger Center for Global Affairs at SAIS Johns Hopkins University in Washington, D.C. She's author of a book entitled Post-Wall, Post-Square, Rebuilding the World After 1989, whose German edition appeared on the title Wendezeit and won the award as Politikwissenschaftliche Buch 2020. Welcome to all of you and to the structure of the panel. As you see, we have a diverse panel of persons active at the time or afterwards in civil rights movement or in diplomacy, some scholars, and of scholars in international relations and international law. Diverse also in terms of countries they've served or studied: Finland, Poland, Czechoslovakia, the Baltic, Germany, international organizations, diplomacy, and Europe. Above all, a European perspective. The agenda for this panel is that each of the panelists have 5 minutes in the start to give an introductory statement, and please, 5 minutes only. And then we have a first, second, and third round of questions and responses. I'll encourage you to discuss among each other. We've got about 30 minutes for this. If possible, we will then open up to the audience, questions from the audience, and then have a final round, basically on today's perspective on Helsinki and the possibilities which Michael hinted at, and the visions we may have for today. With that, I'm happy to pass on the word. And Martin, if you would like to start. Yeah, of course, yeah.
First of all, thanks for inviting me to participate in this important event. 5 minutes is a really horrible time pressure, and especially for me, because I don't know whether I should start from 1975, when I was a young man living in normalized Czechoslovakia, trying to find my way out from the current personal crisis we were all in, or should I look back from my later perspective, studies, or being diplomat later, and so on and so forth. I will stick to 1975 only and leave everything else out.
Good.
I wanted to alert, to turn your attention to a very important document, Václav Havel's letter, Dear Dr. Husák. That was all published in April of 1975. It was a letter written in a language diplomats don't like, too long, too specific, and typical Havelian text, in which he described a situation as he saw normalized Czechoslovakia. No more riots on the streets, no more lively public discussions, students back in classes, and everything normal. And even no any visible humanitarian problems at all. So Havel said, Dr. Husák, you might think that your policies were successful and that you are winning. But I would like to alert you that this is only surface. Something wrong is going inside of the society, and you as a politician should act accordingly, do the right thing. And maybe Havel didn't know at that moment that Husák was to be elected president a couple of weeks later, and then he was going to go to Helsinki to sign the Final Act. So my connection is Havel versus President Husák here in the Finlandia Hall. I know that I've almost 5 minutes, but let me to finish by quoting from Václav Havel's letter to Dr. Husák. So he says to him, it looks like that you were successful, but may I make a bold as to answer no, to assert that for all the outwardly persuasive facts, inwardly, our society, far from being a consolidated one, is, on the contrary, plunging ever deeper into a crisis, more dangerous in some respect than any we have recall in our recent history. Very bold statement. The basic question one must ask is this: why are people, in fact, behaving in the way they do? Why do they do all these things that, taken together, form impressive image of a totally united society, giving total support to the government? For any unprejudiced observer, the answer is, I think, self-evident. They are driven to it by fear. So far, it is the worst in us which is being systematically activated and enlarged: egotism, hypocrisy, indifference, cowardice, fear, resignation, and the desire to escape every personal responsibility, regardless of the general consequences. So for you and your government have chosen the easy way out for yourselves and the most dangerous road for society, the path of inner decay for the sake of outward appearances, of deadening life for the sake of increasing uniformity, of deepening the spiritual and moral crisis of our society, and ceaselessly degrading human dignity for the punny sake of protecting your own power. As a citizen of this country, I thereby request, openly and publicly, that you and the leading representatives of the present regime consider seriously the matters to which I have tried to draw your attention, that you assess in their light the degree of your historic responsibility and act accordingly. So the question is whether Dr. Husák acted accordingly here in Finlandia Hall. Certainly he had a very different concept of Helsinki process, that's how it was perceived by Havel and us. Havel's letter had a tremendous effect. It was some sort of proto-samizdat. It started to be disseminated among people. So when 2 years later, Charter 77 was created as a strange entity, non-entity, Václav Havel's message was there, and we tried to act accordingly and communicate with the regime in a right way. Last thing, what the Helsinki process did for us was that it legitimized our position in the international community. That when years were passing, and especially after 1989, we were taken as members of those who are allowed to participate in international dialogue, in the process of Helsinki. If Mr. Brezhnev wanted to suggest these peaceful relations between states with different social and political systems as a status quo strategy, I think processuality won, and process turned out to be much stronger element than status quo, and I think this is the lesson even for us today. We must look at processes and not just trying to keep status quo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin, particularly for the quote, which actually gives pertinence to the Michael's thesis on the crisis, but gives it from a different point of view, from the internal point of view of those seeking a different kind of legitimacy Michael was talking about. We'll pass on, and Sia, may I ask you to give your introductory statement?
Thank you very much. I would like to ask how many of you have used this kind of toy. It's a kaleidoscope. So most of you would know what it means. If you haven't, it will be here. You can check it during the next break. I hope that you will then remember the main message that I will be trying to convey. And that is that as the kaleidoscope, which has been around for not more than 200 years, it was invented by a Scot in 1817, we are very often confronted with a plurality of glass fragments that are realigned in new patterns, often very beautiful patterns. And this is a Greek word, so kalos and skopeo, you look on the beautiful pattern. So I will be trying to look at these patterns, the continuities and the changes where law has played a role. I will also recall yesterday's excellent discussion referring to the UN Charter and the ambiguity of the discussion, the ideational dimensions of the UN Charter on the one side, and the more geopolitical take of Michael Sandowski, but also referring to the actual use, precisely as you, Michael, referred today, the actual use of the Charter. Also, Martin did that, even though it was not legally binding. So a combination of these ideational and geopolitical elements. But of course, your perspective on what the Helsinki Final Act means depends also where you are actually geographically situated. and what your conditions in your society are. In the 1960s, the number of states had globally increased, and the protests against Vietnam were signaling that even the world's most potent power was not immune to the criticism and public opposition, not only on the basis of the UN Charter, but also the Geneva Conventions on Humanitarian Law from 1949. So laws apply not only to peace, which was the goal of the Helsinki process, but also to war. As this is a panel on diplomacy and coexistence, I would like to recall that two very important steps had taken place in the midst of the Cold War tensions of the 1960s. On the one hand, we had the 1961 Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. So it established that diplomacy was protected and that it was possible to coexist in spite of differences, establishing the idea of a plurality of global visions. So reaffirming in this sense also the UN Charter and opening up for what was then taking place in Helsinki. At the same time, we find, I think, a very interesting tension in the definition of diplomacy in the Vienna Convention. On the one hand, it's about promoting, and all the Excellencies ambassadors here know that better than anyone, promoting your own interests, the interests of your own country, and at the same time working for cooperative projects, finding solutions to new problems. So the self-centered, egoistic perspective is combined with this relational perspective, whereas also yesterday was meant both sides need to be valued and seen. Well, not very long after the Vienna Convention, Dag Hammarskjöld was assassinated as UN Secretary General in the Congo, where the Cold War was playing out at its full. So the Cold War is not only about the East-West perspective that we sometimes seem to think of when we are situated in Helsinki or in Stockholm. And diplomacy was, in fact, a dangerous occupation. In 1969, we saw the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. And I'm not mentioning these just to give you a lesson in law. I'm mentioning these because they are, of course, challenged today. I will quote a very dear friend, a legal philosopher from Holland, who has said very nicely that law is needed among strangers. Law is a reaffirmation of the plurality. Totalitarianism does not need law, because the law is the voice of the power holder. In 1975, from another perspective, the International Court of Justice adopted its advisory opinion on Western Sahara. I don't need to say much more. You see the continuity between 1975 and 2024, and we can discuss that later on. I will not cover Jaakko's many thoughts and experiences, but I would like to end up by saying two things from a Finnish perspective. In some ways, the 1975 outcomes is a continuity to the League of Nations efforts. On the one hand, the conviction that we need arms control and disarmament discussions. The Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty in 1972 had been adopted, and later on the US exited in 2002. And in another respect, minority issues were reintroduced in the European arena in 1975. And Finland has been a strong voice in issues of minority issues. You can imagine Finland as a kaleidoscope with 3 pieces, perhaps, or you can imagine Finland as an icebreaker, the small state that is trying to create some small room of maneuver with 3 glass fragments. And I think these fragments are a continuity as I read Finnish modern history. On the one hand, clearly a strong defense, but not alone. Coupled with strong institutions of the rule of law and a very active bilaterally and multilaterally diplomacy. So this triangulation is trying to create the space that a country in an awkward in-between position is trying to play. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sia, for this sort of definition of diplomacy with its 2 trajectories, interest and cooperation, which is, of course, to the heart of what we are talking about at Helsinki in the past, and on the rule of law and the role of law, both of which are slightly different and which open up spaces. Let's continue with Christina.
Right, so I'm coming to this as a historian, and when I listened to what Jaakko had said in the Zoom, I just would like to point out that he reminded us that he had just entered the Foreign Ministry when he sent the invitations to these multilateral talks that took place in Dipoli, and when Petri Hakkarainen this morning said that he was kind of a child of this time because he wasn't even born yet. I guess 1975 was the first summer when I, as a German-Finnish child, took my very first steps in my life in this country, having been born just previously. So I want to think about this Helsinki Final Act from a historical perspective. The Helsinki Final Act as an agreement, not a treaty, and I want to remind you that agreements and summit documents or acts, they are all the expression of multiple wills, not of a single unitary will. And agreements such as the Helsinki Final Act are the point at which diverse interests and motivations converge. And they were represented, of course, at the summit by the various statesmen, and they were all men at the time. And making sense of that is, I think, crucial for understanding the underlying political and ideological tensions inherent in a compromise document, and also why certain agreements endure, and the Helsinki Final Act or the Paris Charter, as we have it, endures, and others do not. So I think it is worth, while thinking for my 4.5 minutes that I have left, on what brought these stakeholders to the table, what were they hoping to achieve and why, and sort of what was the outcome. So in that sense, I'm a bit picking up from what Michael said, perhaps in a slightly different way. So the Helsinki Summit, it was 3 decades after World War II, a little bit less than when we now look back at 1989, 1991. So that is sort of the distance of time if you now sort of try to think back where you were 3 decades ago. That's how it was for the people then. It was a crisis-beset 1970s, economic and energy crisis, socio-economic crisis. You have heard all of that in that East-West context, that divide. We were in that Cold War, some have called it the long peace, and it was about, at that point, trying to make it livable in those moments of crisis, but also livable after, the Berlin-Cuban Missile Crisis, when we had come to the brink of nuclear war. And it was about, on the one hand, the empire by imposition, the Soviet Union and what they wanted. It was also about America and Canada as European powers, because they came to sit at this conference here in Helsinki. It was about Soviet anxiety for wanting to be seen as equal and about its sphere of influence. But in this, what we heard from Michael, this crisis also of legitimacy on both sides as regards to the superpowers, it was also about the agency of Europeans, especially small neutral states, and I come to talk about that a little bit later, and also for Germany. and the unresolved German question, and in that context, one question we haven't talked about yet, the unresolved Baltic question, two questions deriving from World War II. And so we had this conference on security and cooperation in Europe, which shows you, then you think about the participants, that the geography had been enlarged from Europe per se, and also the notion of security and what it means when you think about basket 2 and basket 3, and this element of stability versus cooperation and transcending the Cold War, the transformative aspect, played a role. So what can we say about motivations of those present at the table, and what did they press for? So I want to remind you that the Soviets were really, really keen on this conference. They actually wanted to have it. And why did they want to have it? And why do I believe that actually Brezhnev wasn't that unhappy when he left Helsinki in terms of what their obsession was? And that relates to principles that we still talk about today. Sovereign equality, inviolability of frontiers, territorial integrity, peaceful settlement of disputes, and non-intervention in internal affairs. Why did it matter to the Soviets? Because they wanted to cement the territorial status quo in stone, because they wanted to be certain what their sphere was, because Helsinki for them with basket 1 was the de facto peace treaty they didn't have, especially as regards to Germany, for example. For Finland, this was quite different. It was the host. It could have and hold the summit. It could get credibility and legitimacy as a small state bordering Russia on the global plane. It could show its status, its sovereignty and full independence. It could show to the world it had a place on the map as a liberal democracy and free market economy. It could showcase that to the world. And what about, for example, the West Germans who happened, thanks to the French alphabet, to sit here right next to East Germany after the signing of the basic treaty and both Germanys having 2 seats at the UN, whereas the East Germans followed the Soviet agenda, the West Germans wanted peaceful change of borders, human rights provisions, in other words, Kontaktpolitik as regards to East Germany, cooperation and self-determination of the people, so Germans could get unification one day on the basis of self-determination, considering East Germans did not have that self-determination. That's how the West Germans had put it in their basic law. And the Germans wanted baskets 2 and 3, economic, scientific, technological cooperation, normalization of relations with the Eastern Bloc and the Soviet Union in particular, and basket 3, the human rights baskets, all to alleviate also in a national interest sense the pain of division. So cooperation went hand in hand with normalization. It tied to Ostpolitik. It tied also to the idea of Wandel durch Annäherung. You have rapprochement if you have change. But there were tensions inherent, and so I'm coming to round off my little spiel over these real motivations. Because on the one hand, you see status quo politic by the Russians, and inherently the possibility to peacefully change something, the transformative power. And we didn't know in which direction it was going to go. But the document entailed all these things. The document was work in progress. The document opened a process of follow-up conferences, because remember, this was a conference, not a peace treaty, not something set in stone, in what was the cockpit of the Cold War in Europe with that wider notion. And final point, let's remember, the UN Secretary General was an honorary guest. And why do I make this point? Because the UN was created, and that was, being present at the creation of something new, at the presence at a moment when we never again wanted world war again. Those are sort of the ideas behind the UN Charter, those in the context of making the Cold War livable, perhaps transcending it, perhaps diffusing tensions, perhaps having more stability, predictability, and cooperation was at the heart of the Helsinki Final Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina, for drawing our attention to the fact that it was an agreement may have very different interests in it and can be interpreted differently, and for drawing attention to what is European and what is international and global about Helsinki. I think that's a point we have not yet discussed so far. Henrika, would you like to make your statement?
Thank you very much. First of all, many thanks to the organizers for having me here. As I understand, I'm the only non-historian at this very panel, so the challenge is big. But I should also say to the organizers, congratulations on the 20th anniversary of the network, Solidarity and Remembrance. It's also an important anniversary. It's really good to be back in Helsinki. And I should also say, looking at the Helsinki Final Act, I would like to encourage you to use this historical perspective to see the Final Act as in its pertinence to today's international relations. There is a lot we can learn and a lot we can reinterpret, let's say, from the perspective of the Helsinki Final Act of 1975. First of all, the Finnish diplomacy back then, and I say it looking at Petri, it grasped the momentum to offer a floor for this kind of dialogue. And if you look at today's activities of our Finnish friends, in particular the Finnish president, Alex Stubb, we see the same in the transatlantic relations. Playing golf can be instrumental in international relations. But this, jokes aside, when you look at the world of today and the principles enshrined or listed in the Final Act of 1975, Professor Spohr just listed them. Sovereignty of states, peaceful resolution of conflicts, non-violation of borders, non-interventions. This being used by the then Moscow, Soviet Moscow, and today's situation in Europe, in particular on our eastern borders in Russia/Ukraine. Russia doing exactly the opposite to safeguard its sphere of influence. Back in 1975, Russia was using the Final Act in order to safeguard its sphere of influence. Professor Spohr just perfectly described this context, and Professor Morgan did it in his introductory lecture. Nowadays, Russia is doing exactly the opposite, violating the principles to which they actually have testified to in many different fora. Let's remember, Russia is a permanent member of the Security Council. When we say the Final Act was not legally binding, this is not necessary. It's true on the level of formalities, but all the principles which were listed in the Final Act actually have their basis in UN frameworks, in different international treaties, starting with the UN Charter. So in that sense, there was a very strong content of the Final Act, the principles we still regard as valid. And why is it important? We see in today's geopolitical order tectonic shifts. We see paradigm changes, be it in the transatlantic agenda, be it in China, in the relations in Southeastern Asia, and in other spots. We see the world which was created after 1945 trembling. It is in its fundamental aspirations or rules. So looking at the instruments which have been implemented in the last 50 years, even in the times of Cold War, we can maybe learn something and draw conclusions for the future, how to stabilize our basic interests and how to gain from that, and how to prove some basic principles wrong, as in the case of violation of or the war in Ukraine, simply saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christina, for going to the present. With that, I'll return to Michael. If you take all these four as a comment on your lecture, how would you respond?
Thanks. And thanks to my fellow panelists. It's a pleasure to be having this conversation with you. I would emphasize two major points coming out of our discussion here and yesterday evening. The first point has to do with conflict, and the second point has to do with timing. First on conflict. It's common, it's tempting in diplomatic circumstances and diplomatic venues to speak about the Final Act, to speak about diplomacy as the art of dialogue, as the art of mutual understanding, as the art of toleration and the peaceful settlement of disputes and so on. But I think the essence of the negotiations that produced the Final Act was conflict. If war is the continuation of politics by other means, we can say that diplomacy is the continuation of war by other means. And what we saw in the Helsinki negotiations was the conflict between radically different ideas of peace, radically different ideas of the future of Europe, radically different ideas of legitimacy. To give you a couple of concrete examples, which have come up just on the panel so far today. The future of European borders. At the beginning of the Helsinki negotiations, what the Soviets wanted was a declaration that borders would be immutable. Immutable, that is to say, permanent, that they would not be changed, that Germany would never be reunified. What the Western countries wanted, and in fact what they got in the text of the Final Act, was not immutability, but rather inviolability. A subtle difference, but with profound philosophical and political implications. What the Final Act said was not that borders cannot be changed, but rather that they cannot be changed by force. It can be changed peacefully. And so the difference between immutability and inviolability, you may say these are just linguistic games, but they are linguistic games with profound consequences and implications for the future of Europe. And they exemplify this conflict that's at the heart of the process. Another example. The Helsinki Final Act forbids non-intervention in the affairs of other countries. That's not what the Soviets wanted. What the Soviets wanted was non-interference, another subtle difference. The Soviet vision was that states would entirely keep their hands off other countries, would not interfere, would not spread their ideas, would not spread books, would not spread movies, would not engage with the citizens of other countries. There would be total isolation between different societies. That was the Soviet vision. The Western vision was non-intervention, which is to say the non-use of military force to intervene in the domestic affairs of other countries. It was defined strictly in military terms, which permitted the broadcast of radio programs, the circulation of books, the circulation of ideas, the circulation of people. And so again, that conflict between non-intervention and non-interference was fundamental to the CSCE. So I would say on this point about conflict, yes, peaceful dialogue matters. But what Helsinki shows is that that peaceful dialogue can be, maybe must be, a way of dealing with, a way of negotiating, a way of fighting these deeper philosophical, political, diplomatic battles. Second point about timing. It's very difficult to imagine now, in light of the war in Ukraine, another process like the Helsinki process starting in 2025. But it would have been difficult in 1968, in the wake of the invasion of Czechoslovakia, to imagine the Helsinki process starting. That would have seemed impossible in 1968. And yet, 4 years later, the preparatory talks started at Dipoli. That's a rapid turnaround. So what I would suggest is that even though things diplomatically seem very bleak in Europe right now, we should remember that things can turn around. The situation can change very, very quickly. Opportunities can open up in unexpected ways and with unexpected speed. And that makes it crucial, before those opportunities arise, to think about what liberal democratic governments might want, what their visions of the future of Europe might be before the opportunity arises, so that they will be prepared to seize those opportunities when they come. Thank you.
If I can pass on the word to Martin, picking up
Just
probably on what you said last, and see you.
Somewhat provocative comment. Obviously, for me, 68 was a year. I was a teenager, and it was a formative year for me. But obviously, the Soviet invasion, or Soviet-led invasion, was a dramatic intervention to my personal plans. Why Brezhnev decided to push for it was not already in his mind his concept of peaceful relations between two systems, East and West, was connection between 68 and then what started maybe a couple of years later already in his mind or not. I think that for him, these disturbances like Czechoslovakian experiment with socialism, with human face, or whatever we had. For me, it was not on that level. I never was a communist. I never had this type of experience. I was a teenager. I wanted to travel. I wanted to live as other members of my generation in the West or everywhere. But I think that maybe Brezhnev already had his concept of peaceful relations between these two systems, with all these questions, non-intervention and connectivity between legal obligations and political commitments. What was very important then was this processuality, but this process, I'm afraid, started with what Brezhnev did to me and to people of my generation. Is it something meaningful, or does it make any sense what I'm saying?
We'll have Sia and then Christina.
Yes, I've been listening to the discussion with great interest, and I liked very much the reference to the letter of Rafał to Husak, because I think that it really describes a process of self-reflection, a process of what is our society going through, what is happening, and what is the needs that we actually have. And this process of self-reflection, so the movement from within, was at least as important as the pressures and the diplomatic activities from the outside. So I think this is something we can really take with us, and someone said it yesterday, you cannot help someone who doesn't want to be helped, and that confirms with what you were saying. So perhaps we can return to the issue, where do we actually stand now? Because I'm not convinced, and I would like to return to that, how much transformative potential did the CSCE have for us in the so-called West?
Christina?
First, to pick up from what you said, I would agree, actually. I would say that because the Soviet Union or the Soviet Empire at large was at the biggest extent that it kind of expected to be, it was all about consolidating it, precisely because what it did in Prague was in some ways defensive. And to consolidate it was in part also through what they saw, these particular principles in basket one. And so in that sense, the Soviet Union as regards Europe was in fact a country that was a status quo power wanting to cement what it had. If we now fast forward to the present, it's exactly the opposite. It felt that it was, it felt itself that for some reason it's humiliated, it has lost out, and therefore Putin started to think about both revisionism and revanchism. But in this case, revisionism isn't, say, something transformative that was relevant to the Balts or to the West Germans or whatever on these open questions in the Cold War context, but it's actually tied to imperialism. And so actually it's now, and that's why it's so interesting, Moscow originally wanted these principles. Now it's happy to break them because it uses now history to sort of say, actually, we want to go in terms of territory to something else, and we want to go what we lost because the loss of the Soviet Empire was the biggest catastrophe of the 20th century. And so we are quite happy to have a war of conquest. So the Cold War in that sense, which was a sort of frozen conflict, if you so want, now we have war of aggression, war of conquest, something very territorial, and it's revisionist and revanchist. And why are we still talking about holding on to these principles? Well, when we came out of World War I and World War II, I think there was this great sense, how do we prevent that from ever happening again? And what are sort of values and norms and principles if we don't want to go to war all the time based on the strength of the fittest? Great power politics over China and Russia when they now talk about a post-West world order, when they say some countries are more sovereign than others. There is no equal sovereignty or sovereign equality. Small and big are not the same. The big ones are allowed to have spheres of influence and they can impose in that sphere what they want. Well, that's very 19th century. And why are we holding on to what we consider Western, or Gorbachev called it universal values? Call it what you want if we sign up to this. These were sort of gains we had achieved through universal voting rights, freedom of speech, freedoms everybody wanted. And incidentally, which at the end of the Cold War, when we had diffused and transcended that old East-West divide, the Russians signed under Yeltsin up to themselves. They talked about democratization, they talked about free market, they talked about pluralism, but it was still born. And there was never a reckoning that this is what had happened.
And Henrika, you wanted to come in?
Just one sentence, because Professor Spohr now inspired me to maybe put a stamp on exactly the sentence about using the same values for very opposite goals. Back in 1975, the Soviet Union, or maybe for the same goal but with other means, back in 1975, the Soviet Union tried to safeguard its sphere of influence and thereby recognize the values because felt this would lead to safeguarding the empire. This was what Professor Morgan also underlined. Today, Russia is breaking the very same principles under the same motto of restoring its sphere of influence. It uses a different, let's say, logic more from the 19th century, but based on the very same principle of being allowed to do more because it's a big power. And I think this is something we should really take serious in our considerations when talking about Europe of today or the global order. But I would also like to underline one more aspect which hasn't been mentioned yet. The universal values, the human rights agenda. These were issues which the Helsinki conference actually bolstered. And through the sequence of international conferences later on, made, let's say, the bulk of activities of the OSCE, including ODIHR, the Institution for Democratic Development, for Human Rights, for election supervision, nowadays with its seat in Warsaw. The question is, what will be left from that system if we cannot agree to simple values in the world of today?
Martin?
Actually, in the cover of your excellent book, Final Act, there are two presidents, General Secretary Brezhnev and Gerald Ford. And Gerald Ford, I think, is rather political realist and not idealist. He was advised by Henry Kissinger, and Henry Kissinger's relationship to Helsinki process was interesting. Let's put it diplomatically. But the question was the Final Act sort of victory of political realists, or was it something in between, or was value-based politics rather seen invisible, so that it helped these two presidents to participate in it? Was global relationships key factor, or just it was in the context of European civilization? It was post-Vietnam also context. What do you think?
On the question of realism and idealism, which is a distinction that scholars of international relations often draw, I think that the Final Act challenges that typical distinction. It's true that Kissinger and Ford, Nixon before him, were not particularly interested in the CSCE. They did not think that this would change very much. This, from their perspective, this was just a piece of paper. What really mattered was nuclear arms control, was the ABM Treaty. Those were the things that were really significant to the future of international relations. But what's so interesting, I think, about Helsinki is that it demonstrates, one could say, the fusion, the possibility of fusing realist and idealist perspectives. What I mean by that is this. It demonstrates that states can use ideas, which is typically dismissed as the province of idealists, of idealism, of wishful thinking. States can use ideas to serve power political goals, to serve very hard-headed, very pragmatic, in some ways revisionist goals, that ideas can have real power and force in international affairs. It's not just military force that matters. So what that means for Helsinki is that I think it demonstrates that the distinction that countries sometimes draw, that academics sometimes draw between hard power and soft power is actually a mistake. It demonstrates that that what really is crucially important is not whether or not ideas are included or excluded. What matters is how do you define the ideas that are at stake? So, for example, it's often said that the Final Act was a declaration about human rights. It was an agreement about human rights. We often refer to Basket 3 as the human rights basket. I would argue that that is not quite right. It's not quite correct. The Soviets had no trouble with the idea of human rights, as long as human rights were defined in the terms that they preferred. They could endorse socialist concepts of human rights. They had no trouble with that. So what mattered in Helsinki was not the endorsement of human rights in general. It was the particular vision of human rights written into the Final Act, written into Basket 3. It was a Western understanding of human rights, not human rights in a broad sense, but human rights in a very pointed, very particular, almost aggressive sense, crafted, defined in a way to undermine the foundations of Soviet power. So not human rights in general, but the human rights of freedom of information, freedom of movement, freedom of speech, and so on. So to say that Helsinki was a document about human rights, in a way, misses the point. What matters about Helsinki is the particular concept of human rights, the particular concept of peace, the particular concept of cooperation that it instantiates. And in all of those respects, I have to say it was a victory for the Western vision and a defeat for the Soviet vision.
May I just take up Sia's point? about the transformative power of the act and ask all of you, before I open up to questions from the audience, if this is paper, baskets, articles, what actually gave this paper a power? What does it take to get from 1975, say, to 1985, 88, 89? Could you try to respond to that? What gives power to that paper? If it hasn't any power of its own, and I'm not sure whether the norms have the power of their own, they have to be taken up and put into practice. So if we could have your views on that. I don't know who wants to start. Sia, you
yes.
Get it.
Thank you. I'd like to take issue with this idea of a very coherent Western human rights understanding. Because of course we know that, to take Sweden as an example, Sweden didn't really think that the European Convention was of any real importance. Everything was fine in Sweden until the late 80s. So I think the transformative potential here is this understanding that there is a lot of spectrum within the discussion of what human rights means at a certain place, at a certain moment of time. And even though we do have these pronunciations and quite general statements, these need to be made a reality on the ground. And they are made a reality all the time. And whether, I wouldn't want to pronounce yet whether the West or the Soviets won. I think it's too early to pronounce on this. Because what we see at the moment is a questioning in Europe of some of the fundaments that we have built our idea of the rule of law. Of course, there was a tremendous potential and a tremendous development in issues of minorities, and we can return to that. We weren't able to deal with the Yugoslav wars, which haven't been mentioned yet. And it was the first real test case, in some sense, of the conference on cooperation in Europe. So what we see now with the open letter of the 9 states, some of them are here, questioning the European Convention on Human Rights, questioning the European Court of Human Rights, well, I'm sure that there are people in Moscow who are smiling at the moment. So there is a lot of potential, but we are also making very many grave mistakes. But people around the world have spoken. They have said, we want the treaty on the prohibition on nuclear weapons. So there is potential here. They have said in a cooperation between China and Canada pushing for the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. There is potential here. So I don't want to be only dark in my kaleidoscopic view. There is some light here and there.
Martin?
I'll just react to what Professor Morgan said concerning concept of human rights. In a very important book, Reflections on Revolution in Europe, Ralph Dahrendorf appreciated the spirit of Paris Charter by speaking about 3 unifications. Unification of Europe, Germany, specific question, and language. All of a sudden, when one said human rights, we could hope that more or less we are like-minded. There is some sort of homonoia, maybe not the sameness, but similarity. The problem, obviously, was that the period of unifications was quickly replaced by a period of fragmentations. Czechoslovakia maybe was the best velvet divorce, but we had Soviet Union disappearing and Yugoslavia. And then also transformation of conference for security cooperation in Europe to organization. So my question would be, this spirit of conference was maybe more productive, more creative, more dynamic then organization that is now part of this interlocking institutions existing in Europe, and we can endlessly discuss what is the place of OSCE between the Council of Europe and European Union and NATO and so on and so forth.
Christina?
I think I want to remind us that context matters, because I think it would be dangerous to look at 1975 and then sort of draw one-way streets and saying, oh yeah, there was the Helsinki Final Act, and then Bob the Uncle, 20 years later, we have, the end of the Cold War, because obviously, there was a diffusing in terms of superpower arms control, nuclear weapons, treaties. We had the Gorbachev factor, we heard yesterday, Markus Meckel pointed that out. The abolition of the Brezhnev doctrine, the freedom of choice, that galvanized people without the fear of the tank to go into the street. And we heard about the material changes also, what happened to the command economy versus, the technological moving ahead, and the Western world, rising again economically in the 1980s from colleague Zantowski. So things change, and in that context, we can use something. But seeing we have these agreements and normative principles, I think certain elements were important. So for the Germans, when unification suddenly became an option and Chancellor Kohl and Genscher seized on it, they were thinking, is German unification going to happen first, or is first happening some kind of pan-European CSCE, some kind of European coming together and the German question being resolved within that? Well, it came all completely differently, but those things were on the table. The selling of taking the inner German border away under the CSCE principle was possible in the 2+4 treaty because there was a reference to the CSCE, and Gorbachev could agree with that. And also, that a unified Germany would be in NATO, and all these kind of things. So I think those things we have to take away, like the right to self-determination, the Baltics' re-establishment of independence, other countries using self-determination. Always having these reference points that we have negotiated, that is what matters when we can make these agreements work for us, if we really sort of fill words with meaning. And final point, when we talk about the Helsinki effect, and we are happily sitting in the Finlandia Hall, and, then you hear some Americans say just a year ago, oh, yeah, it was so great, the Finns at the Helsinki conference, and they were neutral, and that made them so happy, and that's wonderful. I have a Finnish colleague, Johannes Aunesloma, he could tell you all about, whether neutrality is the best option or actually, the worst of, many other options, but you try and make it work. But then to sell that to the Ukraine and say, well, never mind equal sovereignty or the freedom to choose an alliance or the freedom to choose to wanting to join the EU or NATO. No. Why don't you go with some sort of Finlandization, Finnish solution, and listen and keep the Russians happy next door? I think there are all these analogies that are really problematic. So we must remember what of those principles really matter, how do we apply them and fill them with real meaning. And then we can, I think, move ahead and think about where we want to be after ceasefire, peace treaties, and so forth. But if we do not fill those principles with meaning, if we can't even back them up militarily, as Markus Meckel said yesterday, if we just have words, then it's worthless.
Well, if I may throw in 2 points. I mean, if we look at after 1975, we also have to think of Afghanistan, of Poland in 1980, of rearmament. Cannot just draw a line from 1975 to 1989. And then ask the question, what was actually the vision in 1989-90? Was there a vision that actually carried some way? Perhaps that, but with that, I'd like to open it to the public. Is there a microphone in the room? Just in the front row.
Thank you to all the panelists for their wonderful contributions. And I'd like to make a small comment on something that, in my mind, throws some light on the fundamental mystery of the Final Act, and that is why the Soviets thought that they walked away with a major triumph, whereas, in fact, they carried away the seed of their own destruction. And in my mind, this is the contradiction between the Chapter 6 and the Chapter 7 of the Final Act, and the Chapter 6 is the chapter on non-intervention in the affairs of the participating states, and And you, Michael, rightly spoke about the subtle distinction between non-intervention and non-interference. But then the final act was a declaration. It was not an international agreement, meaning there is no binding text, English or French or of the agreement. And I just looked at the Czech text from 1975 of the agreement, which speaks of nevměšování, which in Czech is non-interference. And I'm very certain that if you look at the Russian text of the treaty, of the final act, it would say the same thing. So, and I remember the media echo of those days. They all spoke about, you know, from now on they will not interfere in our internal affairs. Wonderful. And then you have the chapter 7, which is the chapter on human rights. Yeah, and you're absolutely right that, you know, one of the victories was the very specific definition of individual human rights, the right to freedom, expression, political activity, etc., etc. And there is the concept of non-interference can be read, it's a repetition of the Westphalian concept of eius regio cuius religio. You know, we decide what our religion will be in our own country, but the chapter 7 speaks about the universal character. And I think the word universal is the giveaway, because if it's a universal concern for all the participating states, then it's not interference when we spoke about it with respect to other countries, which is exactly what the supporters of the dissidents in the West of the dissidents in Central and Eastern Europe did for the opposition movements in the late 1970s and 1980s. Yeah, this was the crucial point. Thank you.
I think we take 2 or 3 more. There's this gentleman, the one in the back, and Markus Meckler. And then we have them respond and then have another round, if there's time.
Hi, everyone. Thanks a lot. First of all, Michael, that was a masterclass in public speaking. And see the kaleidoscope thing, I really enjoyed that. So the words that have stuck out in all of this, I think Martin mentioned creativity, and then everyone's talked about ideas and visioning in particular. Now, my colleague and I, we're from Northern Ireland, where we work for one of the peace institutions. And it was a visioning process in Northern Ireland in the 1980s that got us unstuck for the Good Friday Agreement in 1998. And when we look back on that now, we can plot what the visioning process looked like. But at the time, it wasn't a structured process. Nobody really knew they were creating visions. So my question, Michael, you talked about visioning, but it's the whole panel. If you want to create those visions now before the opportunities come, do you have any advice on how you tangibly start a visioning process, or what you do to create visions?
Just in front of you. Yeah.
Thank you for the very interesting presentations. I just wanted to make one small criticism. The Principle 7 is human rights, and Basket 3 had to do with human contacts and basically contacts between East and West. So I know they're often thrown together, especially even Jimmy Carter did this. But of course, that's one thing I think should be noted. Secondly, in terms of visions, of course, you have to have certain people who are trying to bring the vision forward or create the new vision. I would say that under Jimmy Carter, his instrumentalization of human rights in the CSCE process, which angered many West European countries, not all of them, but very many, especially West Germany, because they were focused on Basket 3 as opposed to Principle 7, that this was very important, especially what Arthur Goldberg then did at Belgrade, which upset everybody else, right? And third, I wanted to say, of course, you can talk about diplomacy and principles, et cetera, but I would argue that the driving force for Soviet concessions in the CSCE process, especially in the 1980s, was the so-called NATO double-track decision. They were trying to derail the stationing of US Euro missiles, and they tried to do this through the CSEE process. They were unsuccessful in the end, but it's interesting that there was this compromise at the end of the Madrid meeting. It was because the Americans agreed to compromise because they wanted to be sure the missiles were stationed in Europe, and basically Helmut Kohl convinced them you need to compromise for public opinion in West Germany, and the Soviets compromised because they thought this is how we finally stop them from stationing it, using the CSEE process to support the peace movements in Western Europe to stop the stationing. So in that sense, great power politics or other factors of power didn't end with the CSEE Final Act by no means whatsoever.
Sorry. Thank you very much. I would like to remember two situations in the negotiations of German unification in 1990. There was that meeting between Bush and Gorbachev in the end of May. And in these meetings, President Bush referred to the first principle of the Final Act, the freedom of every state to choose its alliance. And the answer, he was a little bit reluctant, but then he said, yes, we agree with that. That was the first agreement of Gorbachev for German unification, including the possibility and opportunity to choose NATO as its alliance. I think that's very important, that reference, because Gorbachev was sticking to that, what Soviet Union signed in 1975. Second remark, this was told me, I was not present in that negotiations. Christina was there. We had a conference 5 years ago in Washington with negotiators of that time. And one of them told that Gorbachev, in that negotiations, when the Americans spoke about the Western values of human rights, Gorbachev said, these are not Western values. I think these are universal. These are ours too. This could be a voice of Moscow too in that time.
We'll give the panel a chance and then have a second round. If you just wait a moment, we'll have the panel respond. Christina, Martin.
Yeah, I would definitely underwrite this aspect that, Kontaktpolitik really mattered to the Germans because they wanted to keep the nation together when you had the de jure two states. And I kept also thinking, I didn't mention it before, the West German, the Egon Bahr statement was Wandel durch Annäherung, change zu rapprochement, which was behind Ostpolitik. All, of course, within the context that West Germany was a NATO and EC member. So Westpolitik was always, the founding pillar in this. And then you could sort of open out to the East. The East Germans called it Aggression auf Filzlatschen, aggression on felt socks, right? So they were quite aware why you needed that wall and the boundary, and they were very careful about this whole Kontaktpolitik, which had to be managed. And I do think what Markus just highlighted, it was actually at the Malta summit in December 1989 when Gorbachev and Bush talked about this common or universal values, and it points you to this inherent question among Russian leaders and also about the Russian Empire, or even if we now call it a Eurasian Empire from the Baltic to the Pacific, still is, even in sort of rump state form. This aspect, is it more European or is it more whatever that Russianness is, what you see in the Putin Millennium Manifesto? And Gorbachev, of course, wanted some kind of socialist, democratic, European kind of Soviet Union, a reinvented Soviet Union that could co-develop. And that's why I think it was easier for him to talk about these common and universal values. However, when you say, well, actually, we need to be othering ourselves because Russianness is something else than Westernness, by which they don't necessarily mean European sort of culture or literature or things like that, but notably anything sort of associated with the Anglo-American world and the United States, because after all, whoever is in charge in the United States, it's always wanting to be recognized as that second big power in the world-leading global ordering power, as you have seen in the last 100 years, the United States. And that is what sort of drives the Russians. And I think it is actually the Janus-facedness of the Russians that sometimes makes this quite difficult to then sort of know, what do we really mean by East and West? And, are these geographic, ideological, or whatever terms? And I think that's what we need to think about.
I would like to go back to my first statement about Havel and philosophy. Because if we want to find definitions of human rights, I would also recommend you to read what Jan Patočka, one of the first spokespersons of Charter 77, wrote about human rights in January, February, just a couple of months, so weeks before he passed away after the police interrogation. He only wanted to connect legal concepts with morality. That even states must recognize that something higher than their own will and concept of self-preservation, that there is some sort of deeper civilizational layer that we need to bring back in a dialogue to help us to understand the situation. Obviously, I don't think that diplomats here in Finlandia were philosophers, but they had to be confronted with that dimension, maybe unwillingly. And it's extremely important. I also studied law later, so I understand what are the legal problems. We should also speak about general principles of law or customary law and how we want to bring these big universal elements or arguments to our daily human rights discussion. But morality, I think, should not be mixed with law, but the relationship between them is extremely important. And maybe my contribution to German debate. Henry Kissinger was of German descent, and his big teacher was Hans Morgenthau. So I think that this European dimension was present even in the arch-realists in American foreign politics. And maybe this was also one of the elements why German reunification went so smoothly. These 4+2 talks, they were not part of Helsinki process, but they were surprisingly fast. And Markus was part of that and led in October of 1919, even before Paris Charter, to very specific result, and we can discuss it in the context of NATO enlargement or all of that. But in this time, I would say philosophy and German traditions were also in action.
Do you want to? You don't have to. But
Not really, but maybe just one sentence, because I missed this context in our discussion. Some of you said Russians were going out of Helsinki with this, let's say, seed of their self-destruction. And indeed, it was so. And I think it's important to mention that the Helsinki Final Act also had this this aspect of let's say, empower, just to use a Havelian phrase again, of empowering the powerless. The seeds of civic society in our countries. I grew up behind the Iron Curtain, so I still remember the first Solidarność movement, and like Wałęsa and people gathering around them. I also remember Charter 77, the Helsinki committees being created all over Eastern Europe back then. It was really something quite unique, which started after the Helsinki process in a completely new dimension, and led also to 1989. In Poland, in between, we had the martial law and the party striking back, the Communist Party back then. But still, I think there was a joint belief that acting together, the civic society can actually bring a change about in the societies.
Let me start with a word on the question of imagining. How does that process actually happen? What does it look like? I'm a historian. I can't speak from firsthand experience. There are many practitioners in the room, many veterans of this process who can speak to it. But I can talk about what I've seen in the documents and what I gleaned from interviewing some of the participants. The process of imagining, the creative process that went into at least the Western side of the Helsinki negotiations was messy. It was boring. It was lengthy. What did that look like in practice? It looked like meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting, producing stacks and stacks and stacks of papers and working documents and proposals. And I'm just talking about the internal Western consultations before the CSCE itself started. So what that process of imagining looked like in the case of Helsinki was brainstorming, the collision of a plurality of ideas, the willingness to tolerate disagreement. And I think this is one of the paradoxical strengths of the Western participants during the CSCE. They did not agree with each other. And that process of arguing with each other generated ideas that were more useful, more viable than would have been the case had they simply come to consensus instantly. And you see this point if you look at the internal Warsaw Pact process leading up to the CSCE. That process was not messy. It was not particularly extended. It didn't involve a whole lot of conflict, a little bit around the edges. But broadly speaking, the Soviets devised the goals and told their allies what those goals would be and expected their allies to fall into line. So the process of imagining, paradoxically for the West, was so successful precisely because it was so painful, because it was so boring, because it was so time-consuming. And so in a sense, the great virtue of the Western powers was their patience, was their willingness to stick to the process even when it was difficult, was their determination to outlast their interlocutors. Now this raises the question, why did the Final Act have any power? It was just a piece of paper. It was not binding under international law. What gave it power? The Soviet desire for respectability, the Soviet desire for legitimacy, the Soviet desire to be treated as a status quo power, as a member of the Club of Nations. So when historians or political scientists say that the Final Act was a time bomb planted under the Soviet Union, that's true, but only because the Soviets were willing to stick to the process. Because Vladimir Putin Leonid Brezhnev wanted international legitimacy. If Vladimir Putin had been General Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party in 1975, if he had been willing to shred or abandon Soviet international legitimacy, the Final Act would have had no impact whatsoever. If Mikhail Gorbachev had not become General Secretary in 1985, it's hard to imagine too many other Soviet leaders signing up to universal values. So a big part of what gave the Final Act its power was this Soviet desire to be recognized as legitimate, to be recognized as a full member of the Club of Nations. And so what that means for today, I think, is that until Vladimir Putin, or whoever succeeds him, develops that same desire for international legitimacy, the power of diplomacy is going to be limited. Now, that Soviet desire for recognition, for legitimacy and so on, the power of the Final Act, did not erase the fact that there were tensions in the text itself. There were ambiguities in the text itself, not least between sovereignty and universal human rights. The Final Act, the end of the Cold War, did not resolve that tension. And in some ways, the case of the wars in the former Yugoslavia demonstrates that tension between sovereignty and universal human rights. And there have been attempts to resolve that tension through things like the responsibility to protect, but I think governments are still wrestling with this tension. They've been wrestling with it for 500 years in a way. And I don't think that tension is going to be resolved anytime soon, unfortunately.
Yes, well, it's difficult to be a bit heretic towards the end, but I think we need to be a little bit more broad in our take, because the Helsinki Final Act and the process that led to it was not the only thing taking place around, not even in Europe. We had a process of democratization, especially in the southern part of the continent, that also questioned both the Soviet side as well as the Western side, saying that the vision is not to be on the one or the other side, but to have a plurality of voices, whatever the side you choose may be. And I'm very happy that Ireland was mentioned, because it also shows that at that time, Great Britain became a part of European integration after many difficult discussions, as also Denmark chose to do in the end, which wasn't self-evident. And Denmark is interesting because we know that Khrushchev had a very nice time back in 1964 in Denmark, visiting the home of Jens Otto Krag and his family. So already at that time, the process of rapprochement was going on. It was not even only in the late 70s, in the late 60s and early 70s. So it takes a lot of time, which means that we cannot only invest, it's also a question of investing interest and investing money. We cannot simply invest in defense. We have to invest in defense, most people would say. We do need to invest also in diplomacy, which takes time. It's boring. There is nothing that politicians can show off all the time for the next elections. So I think that the main take is really that of the wish of the small actors, the humans, or the peoples, or the states, to have their own plurality and to be affirmed for their great variety, whatever the context may be. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been allowed to go a couple of minutes beyond schedule, but that means you have to be short and brief in your questions. I've got 4 more questions, and everything that's long goes off from your lunch, and the ability of all of us to talk with each other. So the gentleman in the 3rd row is the first one, and please brief.
Yeah, thank you. Really been a wonderful morning and afternoon. Sorry, cough. So I will just tell a little small joke related to the topic. I was a young guy in '73 in Dipoli in the secretariat, and at that time there were discussions related to the topic of the conference that was planned. So what happened is there were discussions with the diplomats, delegates, and they suddenly decided that they will stop the meeting. Why? In the morning. So what happened? They said they have pencils that said made in Germany. They cannot continue the discussions. East Germany said so. Okay, so I was in charge of the logistics. So I thought, what shall I do? Which are non-political pencils. So I went to the bookstore and I was looking through all the pencils, and then I found something, a good solution, made in Hong Kong. So we brought them there, and discussions continued. So that was a short political solution.
Thank you very much.
This is just a joke.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks for the joke. Herr Weiskirchen.
All the respect to Helsinki Accord, it opened up a new path into a different future. And why? Because of the fact that Martin and Sakharov and Venslova and Lauristin were the ones to pick up the idea of what is going on, and they tried to make their own decision, self-determination, and this has been the key to a different future. And I mean, what to do now is to open up a different future.
The gentleman right on the far corner.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for your great panel. My name is Ion Ionița. I'm from Bucharest, Romania. And my question is for any panelist who wants to answer. Shortly, 50 years later, we have a war of aggression, full-scale war in Europe. And on the other hand, what we can see in our European countries, our democracies, is the rising of far-right extremist, hard nationalist party, especially in the former communist states in Central and Eastern Europe. And if we can speak about Germany, we have a lot of discussion about Germany today. In the eastern part of Germany, in the former Democratic Republic, the most voted party is AfD, who can rule Germany, eastern part of Germany, accordingly with the voters. So my question is this a legacy of communism, because we have the rising of far-right extremist parties in all former communist states, from the Baltics to the Black Sea. And they are challenging power, and they can be in power, if not this year, next year's, in next elections. And how can we explain this situation? And do you think our democracy are going back not 50 years ago, not 80 years ago when UN Charter was signed, but 100 years ago in the Europe of the 30s with the rising of fascism? Thank you.
And there's one more here.
Thank you very much. One of the lasting legacies of the Helsinki Final Act, and not the act perhaps, but then the follow-up process, was that it established a clear link between security and human rights. And I think now in hindsight we can say that when countries do not respect human rights, they also end up being a security issue for your neighbors. So how would you comment this? Thank you.
Just very quickly on the tension, whether it's between non-interference or non-intervention and human rights. There were two cases subsequent to Helsinki when all the participating states agreed that matters relating to the human dimension are not solely the internal affair of a participating state. One at a conference, at a meeting in Moscow, which was actually mandated by Vienna based on a proposal made by Edward Shevardnadze as foreign minister of the Soviet Union in 1986. And when in 1991 they finally met in Moscow, they agreed to that principle. The other time was actually a summit meeting in which the Russian Federation, headed by Vladimir Putin, agreed to that provision in Astana. I would argue probably because it was too important not to have an agreement at a meeting that was held in the capital of Kazakhstan on the year that President Nazarbayev turned 70. But there were, in fact, those two cases, and it might be interesting to hear your comments on those.
Okay, now you are between lunch. Short, pick up whatever you want to pick up. Sia, do you want to start? And then we go.
Well,
just go
I can be fairly quick. I think that the issue about human rights is, of course, huge. The first thing to say is that we need to continue defending and discussing human rights in our own countries, first of all, because they are challenged. In this regard, I'd like particularly to raise the question of migration, because it unites many of the trends that we see also in the West and the East. And one of the core arguments is that undertakings on refugees and migration have undergone fundamental changes of circumstances. This is a legal term that wants to say that when we entered these agreements in the 40s and the 50s, the world was very different. Well, it's just to look at Winston Churchill's own reports, which said that there were about 22 million refugees and displaced persons at the end of the Second World War. We undertook these agreements precisely because there were as many refugees and displaced. There is no fundamental change of circumstances in this regard. As regards the link of human rights and security, we may want to continue the discussion during the afternoon, but it is, I believe, the reason why the work of the High Commissioner on National Minorities was so important in the early 1990s, trying to deal with many of these questions of minorities in a number of different countries around Europe. So for me, this is one of the lasting legacies of the Helsinki process, this insight that we do need to work actively with these questions and not questioning as it happens today in many countries.
We'll just go along. Sorry, we'll just go along the line.
React to what Gerd Weiss said. I think it was very short comment, but very important, that we must take into consideration that we are always in some sort of new beginning. A long time ago, St. Augustine had a beautiful definition, initium esset creatus est homo, human being was created so that there is a initium, beginning in the world. Sometimes it's much easier to live with traditions, with the past, because past give us all sorts of advices, instructions, knowledge. I wouldn't like to underestimate that. But there is a gap between past and the future, and we must try to build some bridges. And I think Helsinki process in general was a great I would say, inspiration or challenge, or I don't know how to call it in that respect. There was something new in the air, but all participants tried to turn it into some sort of routine operation. Diplomats cannot do much more than that. I fully agree with you, they need to do whatever they are supposed to do by the governments. But this element of new that was around, and this is still with us, and we have to admit that we don't know exactly what to do. Action-oriented people never have a full information. They always need to work with what they have and try to transform their own experience into knowledge, which is a very difficult thing, but I think it's, for me, the centerpiece of Helsinki experience.
Martin, thank you. I think it was a good final word, and I'll leave it to lunch to discuss with all the others. Thanks a lot for the panel and for the discussion.
ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, friends, everybody who is interested in Helsinki Final Act and its influence. We are going on with a session about religion in the process. Religion was not that much mentioned so far. One quote from Augustine, and it was almost all. But religion is not to be left out from the social and political processes in 20th century. And now we will see what was the influence of Helsinki Final Act and related processes to the religious freedom as human right, among others. So we have a panel which was initiated by the network which does research about religion in Cold War, and several members of this panel are also members of this network. So we will have first a bit longer lecture by Sarah Snyder, and then we will have 4 panelists who will have each 10 minutes to go on from this paper and from their own angles. And then we will go on with Q&A, and you will have a chance to give your own comments, ask questions, and we will discuss the issues. So I will shortly introduce all our panelists, and starting from chairman, we have 2 chairs for this panel. Myself, I'm Riho Altnurme, I'm professor of church history at the University of Tartu, Estonia, and my research area has been mostly Soviet time churches and politics, and included society. Another chair is Professor Leon van der Broeke from the Utrecht Theological University, and he's a professor of theology of law and church law, canon law, and his research area has been also church, state, and society. So our panelists, first speaker, Sarah Snyder, is a historian from the School of International Service, American University, Washington, D.C., who specializes in the influence of non-state actors, such as human rights activists and overseas Americans, on US foreign relations. The titles of her books speak for themselves: Human Rights Activism and the End of the Cold War, A Transnational History of the Helsinki Network, published 2011, From Selma to Moscow, How Human Rights Activists Transformed US Foreign Policy, from 2018, and the CSCE and the End of the Cold War, Diplomacy, Societies and Human Rights, 1972-1990, published also in 2018. Dr. Reka Földvärn-Kish, he is a historian, ethnographer who has worked on several academic positions at the universities in Hungary, and she is chairperson of the Committee of National Remembrance of Hungary, already since 2014. Next, Katharina Kunter, you know her, of course, professor of contemporary church history at the Faculty of Theology at the University of Helsinki. Already in her PhD thesis, which was published year 2000, she analyzed the role of churches during the 1970s and 10th period, and how Christian actors advocated for dialogue, democracy, and human rights in divided Europe. Christian political opposition in communist Central and Eastern Europe has continuously been one of her research topics. She is one of the initiators of the Religion and Cold War Research Network, RICONET, and this conference as well. Katharina McLaren
is a senior research fellow at the Max Planck Institute for Comparative Public Law and International Law in Heidelberg. In her doctoral dissertation, she focused on religion and international society, approaches to including religion in the international relations research agenda. Further research areas include diplomacy studies and foreign policy analysis. And last but not least, Erik Siedenvall, professor of practical theology at the Lund University. He is interested in questions of spatiality and religion, the religious materiality of everyday life, but he has also worked on questions on the organization of churches and Christian communities. He is also one of the initiators of the Religion and Cold War Network. So, I will pass the floor for our first presenter, Sarah Snyder. Please.
Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm really delighted and honored to be at Finlandia Hall, where the Helsinki Final Act was signed 50 years ago. So many of us here in this room have written about or participated in this process for years, and it's so wonderful to be in the place where this, not where it all began, as we have heard, but a very key moment in the Helsinki process. So what I want to do this afternoon is give a short introduction to this panel by talking about how believers and their faith influenced Helsinki activism. And what I'm going to talk about, I believe, are some historical actors that will be known to you and some that may be less familiar. Okay. Turns out it was maybe better before. Okay, so what I want to begin by doing is by emphasizing that faith, broadly conceived, was an integral part of the Helsinki Final Act. The seventh principle stated that respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, including the freedom of thought, conscience, religion, or belief. And further down in the text of this principle, the agreement said, within this framework, the participating states will recognize and respect the freedom of the individual to profess and practice, alone or in community with others, religion or belief, acting in accordance with the dictates of his own conscience. And I think it's quite important that these protections were not limited to formal religious practice or belief, but also included thought, conscience, and even non-belief. So these protections were due to the initiative of several diplomats and the states that they represented. But in my reading of the diplomatic record that produced the Helsinki Final Act, the efforts of the Vatican, which I sort of came to think of as a state that was really a single-issue voter or a single-issue representative, were tireless in their intention that protections for religious freedom be part of the concluding document. And we see this again and again, that their role in the negotiations were significant beyond the size of the city-state. And I think that this connection between the Vatican city-state and its concern was further amplified when Pope John Paul II wrote to the CSCE heads of state that had gathered for the Madrid Review meeting in November of 1980 about freedom of religion and conscience. He was making really a direct appeal to them. Now, as I mentioned, his statement fit with the long-standing Vatican interest in religious freedom, but it also aligned with his personal anti-communism and his efforts to influence change in his home country, including, as we heard last night, through his call to fellow Poles in 1978 to be not afraid. Now, there were a number of key individuals that were prominent in my research that were drawn into Helsinki activism based on their faith. And I want to first talk about Father Robert Drinan. He was a Catholic priest who was elected to the United States House of Representatives. He was a Democrat from the state of Massachusetts, and he was active legislatively on the issue of Soviet Jewish emigration dating at least to 1971. And for that reason, in August of 1975, he was on a congressional delegation to the Soviet Union. And he was in Moscow when Soviet officials published the Helsinki Final Act in Soviet newspapers. He was with Soviet dissident Andrei Sakharov and Jewish refusenik Anatoly Sharansky, and he reported that they were amazed but jubilant to read the full text of the Helsinki Final Act in Soviet newspapers. Because of his interactions with them in Moscow, he became really galvanized about the significance of the Helsinki Final Act. And he talked to Soviet officials while he was there about what were the obstacles to Jewish emigration. Why was this something that they were preventing? When he returned to the United States, he took a number of other steps. For example, he sent a list of refusnik names that he had collected in Moscow to the US-based organization, the National Conference on Soviet Jewry. And then he followed up with letters to Soviet officials on behalf of those who were seeking exit visas. He also wrote a report on the state of religious freedom in the Soviet Union for the National Catholic Reporter. And in it he wrote, quote, "I would like to write that there are signs of hope for religious freedom in the USSR. I cannot. Some 500,000 Christian Baptists have a state-sponsored religious group, but some 100,000 Christian dissidents operate underground, with an estimated 300 of their activists in jail." And I think in his reflections here, writing for the National Catholic Reporter, but about the plight of Baptists and other Christian dissidents, he reveals that his interest in the plight of the faithful extended beyond those who shared his own religion, Catholicism. Now, his experiences in Moscow and his concern about religious freedom broadly drew him to participation in the Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe, a US government body charged with monitoring compliance with the Helsinki Final Act and a key actor in the transnational Helsinki network. Spurred by the interests of Drynen and others, the Commission held a hearing on religious freedom in the Soviet Union in April 1977, and more would follow. In these hearings, they invited experts, people like Peter Redaway of Keston College's Center for the Study of Religion and Communism, who testified about religious activists in the Soviet Union who were using the Helsinki Final Act in their demands of Soviet authorities. Now, the dissidents that Redaway was testifying about had reported on repression of religious activists, as well as other human rights activists, in outlets such as the Chronicle of Current Events. This was a samizdat or self-published newsletter that reported about Soviet rights violations going back to the late 1960s. As a member of the commission, Robert Drynen later participated in the Madrid meeting, and he suggested there that a new era for human rights was being born. I want to turn now to one of the Soviet human rights activists that alerted Robert Drynen to the Helsinki Final Act's potential, and this is Anatoly Sharansky. Now, one element that made Helsinki activism in the Soviet Union distinct was that it brought together heretofore diverse human rights groups, or human rights activists. As one activist at the time wrote, the Helsinki process enabled, quote, "the unification of the human rights movement with religious and national movements." And we can see this reflected concretely in the identities and interests of the 11 founding members of the Moscow-Helsinki group, of which Sharansky was one. The group was made up of Jewish refusniks, human rights activists, and those focused on the rights of national minorities. According to its founders, the Moscow-Helsinki group was intended as a bridge between different activists focused on religious, ethnic, and economic issues, as well as between workers and intellectuals. Now, Sharansky represented those who were fighting to the right to observe Judaism within the Soviet Union and the right to emigrate if the right to practice one's own religion continued to be denied. He remembers, you see, there were Zionists and monarchists, Russians and Ukrainians and Belarusians, and even Euro-communists, I'd say, people of absolutely different views. There were those who wanted to leave, like myself or Vitaly Rubin, who was another Soviet refusnik, and those who were concerned about the situation in Soviet prisons and camps, and those who were concerned mainly about religious freedoms. But all of us were united by the Helsinki group. Born Jewish, Sharansky had little knowledge of his religion and no attachment to Israel until the Six-Day War in 1967, which he reports stirred his interest in and pride in the country. When he finished his education in mathematics and computer science, he applied to emigrate to Israel in 1973. After his visa was denied, Sharansky took part in many short-lived protests to draw attention to the plight of Soviet Jews and refusniks like himself. In this period, Sharansky met Avital Stieglitz, and they married in July 1974, the day before she emigrated to Israel, with the belief that he would soon follow. Instead, Sharansky's visa applications were repeatedly denied, and his increased activism led to increased KGB surveillance. Sharansky had become involved in the Moscow-Helsinki group due to a broader commitment to human rights that had led him to work closely with Sakharov, helping Sakharov facilitate contacts with foreign journalists. Ultimately, the KGB arrested Sharansky on March 15, 1977, alleging that he had slandered the Soviet Union with Moscow-Helsinki group documents. He was charged with anti-Soviet activity and even treason. Sharansky was imprisoned for 16 months before the completion of his trial, and then sentenced to 13 years, 3 in prison and 10 in a strict labor camp. He alternated between prison and labor camps for the next 8 years, repeatedly conducting hunger strikes to protest prison authorities' interference with his correspondence with his family. He ultimately endured 9 years of imprisonment until an international campaign led by his wife Avital aided his liberation. Although the international outcry surrounding his arrest and imprisonment had little impact on his case initially, over time, the movement, which was joined by scientists, Jews, human rights activists, and many others moved by his case, may have kept him alive and eventually secured his release. After his release, Sharansky wrote, "Later, after my release, I learned that tens of thousands of people all around the world had written to me during my imprisonment. None of these letters ever reached me, and I was never informed about their existence. In all probability, they were burned. But although I never received them, it was extremely important that these letters were sent. To the regime, they served as a constant reminder that people all over the world knew about me and cared about my fate. This is why the authorities sometimes retreated, and it probably explains why they kept me alive during my prolonged hunger strike in 1982. Now, Sharansky was someone whose faith, frustration with his ability to practice it, and longing to emigrate inspired him to take action in the context of the Helsinki Final Act, and he suffered significantly for doing so. I want to turn to talking about someone inspired by a different faith, operating from a very different level of power. And this is US President Jimmy Carter. The United States, and over time its NATO allies, were determined to highlight Helsinki violations at the Belgrade follow-up meeting that opened in 1977. And Carter was key to this approach to the negotiations. His support for the US-based commission, correspondence with Soviet dissidents such as Andrei Sakharov, and advocacy for an aggressive approach at the first CSCE follow-up meeting were rooted in his stated commitment to make the protection of human rights central to his foreign policy. Now, his approach to human rights had many motivations, including political ones. But Carter's emphasis on human rights was also fundamentally grounded in his deeply held Baptist faith. The principal executor of Carter's approach to the CSCE negotiations at Belgrade was the US Ambassador Arthur Goldberg. Goldberg became somewhat infamous among CSCE diplomats because he challenged international diplomatic norms by naming names and citing individual cases in his speeches at Belgrade. His statements conveyed problems of Helsinki implementation in a forthright manner, often with specific details. In the view of his aide, Alfred Friendly Jr., Goldberg's concern about the Soviet treatment of Jews shaped his tactics at Belgrade. Friendly said, quote, "Arthur was a highly political Jew and truly sensitive to Soviet behavior toward its Jewish citizens. Goldberg's tactics represented a shift in international diplomacy and ultimately strengthened the Helsinki process by imbuing the follow-up meetings with real repercussions. Furthermore, progress at Belgrade ensured that such a discussion would recur in Madrid in 1980. In the CSCE meetings that followed Belgrade, faith and a commitment to religious freedom continued to inspire and shape the negotiations. These individuals, Robert Drennan, Anatoly Sharansky, Jimmy Carter, and Arthur Goldberg, as well as others committed to religious freedom, ensured that the issue would become a benchmark in assessing Helsinki implementation. Therefore, I think it's notable that it was religious freedom that Eastern European leaders pointed to in their speeches in some of the late Cold War Helsinki meetings to signal the changes taking place within their borders and in their broader region. For example, the Hungarian foreign minister in May of 1989 said, "The Hungarian People's Republic is serious about and wishes to comply fully with its CSCE commitments, including its obligations relating to the human dimension. This is in keeping with the deep democratic, social, and political reforms taking place in our country, with our concrete measures to create a state of law. An outstanding place among those measures is taken by legislation adopted or to be adopted destined to enforce human rights, such as those on citizens' rights to association, the right to assembly, the right to establish economic associations, and the freedom of conscience and religion. A new constitution is in the process of elaboration, which is to give prominence to and a detailed listing of these internationally accepted norms of human rights. Similarly, in his opening statement at the Copenhagen meeting on the human dimension in June of 1990, the Czechoslovakian Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs said, quote, "We, that is at least we in my country, have enough reasons to believe that Helsinki 1975 was a turning point in the struggle for the restoration of democracy and for the removal of totalitarian political systems. The attention paid by the participants in the Helsinki deliberations to questions concerning respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, including freedom of thought, conscience, religion, and opinion, amounted to setting out along the right path and has proved to become the decisive principle on the basis of which a new situation has ultimately arisen, not only in my country, but in the whole area of Central and Eastern Europe." So to conclude, it was the eventual transformation of Soviet and Eastern European attitudes toward dissent, religion, and emigration that represented fundamental shifts, which enabled Gorbachev's talk about the Soviet Union sharing a common home with Europe to be imbued with real meaning. Now, I've tried quickly to show that these reforms were shaped by the activism of political leaders, diplomats, non-governmental organizations, and private individuals who were motivated by their faith and commitment to religious freedom. And I look forward to hearing more from my fellow panelists about churches and religious groups as underestimated actors in the CSCE process. Thank you.
Being perfect in timing also. And now the word for Reka Kish.
May I have the presentation, please? The PPT. Where can I change? No? Okay, then I... Yes, I know. Okay, yes. Thank you. So, first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation into this panel. I find this topic particularly relevant because I completely agree that the religious communities have often remained on the margins of historical political analysis of the Cold War era. In my brief introduction, I will present a case study from a Hungarian perspective, not only because it is the most familiar context for me, and not only because Dr. Snyder mentioned or quoted the Hungarian Minister of Foreign Affairs, but also because within the Soviet bloc, Hungary had a unique position in terms of church policy. This was due to its multi-denominational religious landscape where Catholics, Protestant, and Jewish communities coexisted, but also because Hungary served as an experimental ground for all actors involved, for Soviet and Hungarian foreign policy, for the Holy See and international Protestant organizations, and for, which is a very important actor, for state security and intelligence services as well. And all these deeply influenced the framework within the Christian communities live their religious life. So to understand, where can I? No? Could you? Always the. Okay, then I can leave. So, to understand the underlying dynamics, we must begin in a Hungarian case, always we must begin with the 56 revolution, a general experience that profoundly shaped the political reflexes of the Kádár regime with a central imperative: 56 must never happen again. Therefore, after brutal reprisals, the regime shifted tactics. Overt terror was gradually replaced by less visible yet highly effective mechanisms of political control. The regime's stability rested on three main pillars: improving living standards, known as goulash communism of Kadar regime, pragmatic engagement with the West, which was crucial for maintaining relative prosperity, but never deviating from Moscow strategy's directives, and the systematic depolitization of public discourse. Now I don't know where we are. Okay. So the church, okay, never mind. So the church policy reflected this duality. On the one hand, in the early 1960s, the Kadar regime launched its largest coordinated, thank you, it's okay. Okay, now we are find our, that's a good slide. So on the one hand, in the early 90s, the Kadar regime launched its largest coordinated state security operation against Christian youth leaders. It was the so-called Black Ravens operation, referring, the clerical reaction, resulting in the arrest of more than 100 priests and lay people, some of whom remained imprisoned well into the 70s. However, after Helsinki, this sort of large-scale arrest of Christian activists could no longer be sustained. Instead, state security refined and intensified its methods, resorting to infiltration, blackmail, and disinformation to erode trust and isolate religious groups. Repression shifted from overt violence to more hidden forms of control. Okay, my second point, that on the other hand, at the level of high politics, Kadar's foreign policy and church diplomacy was largely perceived as pragmatic compromises or mediation. Notably, its first gestures of détente took place through church diplomacy. This approach yielded several high-profile diplomatic successes. In 1964, Hungary signed the first partial agreement between the Holy See and the Soviet bloc country, paving the way for the Vatican's Ostpolitik. In 1971, the regime resolved the so-called long-standing Mindszenty question, forcing the cardinal to leave the US embassy after 15 years. And after Helsinki in 1977, a historic meeting between Pope Paul VI and János Kádár took place in the Vatican. It was the first such encounter between a communist leader and the Pope, and widely interpreted as a diplomatic breakthrough. And in 1977, the Kádár regime hosted Billy Graham, the globally renowned Baptist evangelist, long associated with anti-communism. It was also a controversial issue. While the regime gained prestige for its tolerance, the event also re-energized revivalist religious communities in Hungary. And for Billy Graham, it opened the door to other countries in the Soviet bloc. And in the immediate aftermath, Jimmy Carter, who was not only a Baptist but also a friend of Billy Graham, authorized the return of the Hungarian crown of St. Stephen from the United States to Hungary, to the Hungarian people, but as a Christian national symbol into the hands of a communist state, highlighting the complex intertwining of symbolism, diplomacy, and détente under the Helsinki framework. My next point is the rise of grassroots religious opposition. While official church leadership remained under close state supervision and served to legitimize the regime, the 1970s saw the rise of grassroots religious communities. These groups not only resisted state authority, but sometimes also challenged the legitimacy of church leaders seen as politically compromised. One of the regime's most sensitive areas was conscientious objection to military service. The best-known case was the Catholic movement called Bokor, led by a Pierist monk, György Bulányi. His case also illustrates how repression was now often outsourced and internalized within religious structures. Then, my fourth point, the ethnic Hungarian minority churches and the human rights discourse. I think one of the most far-reaching consequences of the Helsinki process was the reframing of the ethnic and religious minority issue within international human rights discourse, particularly in Ceausescu, Romania, where the dismantling of the Hungarian language education affected deeply the Hungarian religious groups, especially the Reformed Church communities. What had once been a taboo became a legitimate concern in international forums. Hungarian emigre organizations, most notably the Hungarian Human Rights Foundation, raised the issue effectively, especially in the US political and media circles. These efforts not only defended minority rights, but also served larger geopolitical aims by amplifying and many times exploiting religious and ethnic conflicts within the Soviet bloc. The best known figure is probably in this process was László Tőkés, a Reformed priest, later a pivotal voice in the 1989 revolution, but already an active in human rights advocacy during the early 1980s. Western NGOs like Amnesty International began documenting this case. And my last point, the Protestant solidarity networks and cross-border activism. The Hungarian religious minority questions became not only a political but also a spiritual cause within Protestant circles in Hungary and, what is more important, abroad. Informal and institutional solidarity networks emerged, mobilizing aid, advocacy, and underground cooperation across borders. Dozens of Hungarian congregations smuggled religious samizdat, food, medicine, and Bibles into Romania and later into the Ukrainian part of the Soviet Union. On this slide, you can see a few examples of those actors who was involved in this transnational network, clergymen from Hungary and Transylvania, whose congregations served as logistical center for aid efforts. And I brought two Dutch examples, Klaas and Ida Elzering, if I pronounce well, a couple of Reformed pastors from Netherlands delivered aid in person, and Hebe Kovruke, sorry for the pronunciation, coordinated a complete secret international support networking from the Netherlands. Of course, it must be added that none of these processes would have been possible without the tacit support of the different actors of the power. But these solidarity efforts not only helped sustain persecuted communities, but also contributed to building transnational civil networks. And last remark, behind the facade of this complex, multifaceted church diplomacy stood another, less visible architecture, that of intelligence operations. In 1955, a state security coordination conference in Moscow, led by the KGB chief Ivan Serov, assigned Hungary a key role in infiltrating the Vatican and other religious institutions. While Catholic targets dominated the 1960s, the 1970s brought increased attention to Protestant organizations, with considerable successes. Archival evidences suggest that it was one of the most successful parts of the Hungarian Secret Service operations. Thousands of pages of different reports survived, unfortunately only fragmentary, but still from all these stories, probably this Hungarian case offers a complex but instructive model for understanding how religious policy, transnational networks, and intelligence operation intersected within the broader context of detente and ideological containment during the Helsinki process. Thank you. 10 minutes is very short.
Will not comment on time. Please, Katharina, Kunter.
Allow me just to begin with a rather unflattering conclusion, and one that might surprise in terms of the name of our panel. I think there was no distinctively Christian contribution to the 1975 Helsinki Final Act or to the Helsinki process as a whole. This absence is not due to a lack of moral or religious concern or engagement. Rather, it reflects, and now I'm taking on the church historical perspective, it reflects the structural diversity and fragmentation of Christianity in Europe, which is deeply embedded in the political and ecclesiastical frameworks of each country. To put it simply, the churches were and are far too plural to speak with a single unified voice, and that is also the reason why it's not easy to speak, or why I can't speak from a homogeneous Christian contribution to the Helsinki process. At the same time, the church's role in the Helsinki process depends heavily on the interpretation which spirit of Helsinki are we speaking about, and who is invoking it, and in what context. For some, and we had that in the first panel of today, the Helsinki process was primarily a geopolitical tool of deterrent, a way to curb the Soviet expansion by balancing East-West relations through dialogue. And for others, it was something more, a moral and political catalyst that gave fresh momentum to the human rights cause. Both interpretations have influential historical or historiographical champions. Already mentioned in the first panel, Henry Kissinger, for example, leaned forward the former geopolitics first. And meanwhile, to name another great politician, the former German president Joachim Gauck, always have emphasized in his writings the latter, the mobilization power of Helsinki's human rights language. And the churches, as integral parts of their societies, they embodied both dimensions. And that dual role is what I would like to explore with you today a little bit more, focusing particularly more on the Protestant tradition. And I'm very sorry that our speaker, Massimo Fagioli, who would have speak about the Catholic Church and the Vatican, is not available here today. I will reframe my remarks to two key propositions. And the first one, I would like to put it, the Helsinki process opened new spaces of freedom for churches and Christians. It enabled, for the first time after the Second World War, greater East-West cooperation. It introduced new patterns of dialogue, and it strengthened the ecumenical ties across the Iron Curtain. This idea of dialogue, so central to détente, entered the churches as a new ecumenical communication model. This development raised the political relevance of the transnational religious organizations, such as the World Council of Churches, the Lutheran World Federation, or above all, the Conference of European Churches. It was the Conference of European Churches that already in 1966 advocated for a European Security Conference, and it was influenced in doing that by figures or church figures like the Metropolitan Philaret from the Soviet Union, and the Russian Orthodox Church was member of the Conference of European Churches. And after 1975, the Conference of the European Churches largely adopted in this line the Soviet idea of, let's say, peaceful coexistence as their guiding framework. So this interpretation of church diplomacy gave the Conference of European Churches new relevance, political relevance, but also ecclesiastical relevance, and it gave it new visibility, but also this all came at a cost. Looking through the documents of the late 1970s, we see that official church statements started and began to mirror secular diplomatic language more than the language of the gospel or the language of theology. Peace was more and more invoked in these official statements, but it was rarely defined. And also we see that the theological voice was muted more and more by political caution. A similar tendency can be observed in the World Council of Churches. While the World Council of Churches supported the CSCE from early on, its focus always remained on the arms control and maintaining the European status quo. Furthermore, it viewed Helsinki and the Helsinki process, the Final Act of Helsinki, as a regional concern and not as a global Christian mandate. And finally, a short look on the Lutheran World Federation, a church organization which is particularly important here in Northern Europe. In the Helsinki process, the Lutheran World Federation took a similar path as the Vatican, putting a strong focus on religious freedom in Eastern Europe. One person stands out here, and I would like to mention him. It was Risto Lehtonen, later Finnish bishop, a Finnish pastor who served as the official CSCE observer for the Lutheran World Federation. And also, while the whole diplomatic process was starting in Geneva and in Helsinki, he always was a sort of mediator between the Vatican and the Lutheran World Federation. Together with his Danish colleague Paul Hansen, Risto Lehtonen made clever use of the humanitarian dimension of Basket 3 in the Helsinki Final Act. They sent theological books and Bibles into the Soviet Union, and in 1976 they became the first foreign visitors since World War II to reach out Lutheran congregations in Siberia and Central Asia republics. This kind of high-level ecclesiastical engagement, however, also had its limitations. It was largely, as we would put it today, the track one diplomacy, official structures from above and tightly controlled. And that brings me to my second point. The Helsinki process became a source of moral and religious energy for human rights movements, often driven by Christians who stood in opposition to both the state and also to their own church leadership and those people who were maintaining the ecumenical contacts between East and West. As we know, Basket 3 and the Principle 7, and I just would like to remind that the Principle 7 was included and was fostered by the Vatican, with their focus on human rights, became powerful sources of inspiration for dissidents across Eastern and Central Europe. The Moscow and Ukrainian Helsinki groups were formed already in 1976, followed by the Charter 77 in Czechoslovakia. In East Germany, things took a little bit longer, but the Initiative for Peace and Human Rights were founded finally in the 1986 and can be seen as a sort of Helsinki group. Christians, pastors, and lay people alike were often deeply involved in these groups, even if they are not visible as Christians in these political activities. And yet, they were often stigmatized by both the state on the one side and then their own church's leadership. They were labeled as dissidents, troublemakers, or worse, as counter-revolutionaries. Many of them faced surveillance, repression, and exile. And for the clergy, it could mean also losing the right to preach or being forced underground. From a scholarly perspective in church history, we know more and more about those people, those Christians, the networks and organizations involved. In Switzerland, for example, the Glaube in der Zweiten Welt, Faith in the Second World Association, supported dissident Christians in Eastern Europe. In the Netherlands, peace activists like Mien-Jan Faber, Jan Terlaak, or Laurens Hogebrink forged bonds with Christian dissenters behind the Iron Curtain. And in the GDR, there could be many mentioned, but I would like to mention Ludwig Mehlhorn, people like him who were starting to make first contacts with Polish oppositional figures, got motivation for their own political oppositional activities in the GDR. But despite of all this, we still know too little about the role of religion and the spirituality in the formation of the dissident movements. What role did community, emotional support, and shared faith play? How important were images, songs, narratives, theology, and of course, from a Protestant perspective, biblical narratives? Why did Christian belief lead some of them to compliance and others into resistance? In the Helsinki process, we see Christianity at a crossroad, as diplomatic actor and moral conscience, as institution and movement, as dialogue partner and prophetic voice. But we also see many broken life stories, and we also see guilt caused by the churches themselves. And that too is part of the legacy of the Helsinki Final Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another perfect timing. And please, Katharina, McLaren.
I also have a presentation, if you could start that, please. I'd already like to say thank you very much for having me. This is an absolute pleasure. As a political scientist, I'm learning a lot listening to historians, and I hope that I can also add another angle, especially from the perspective of international relations, where religion also continues to be a neglected aspect. And what I'll be doing today, let me just wait just one moment until we're at the beginning. I can already reveal the title of my talk, which is From Igniting to Reviving the Helsinki Spirit, Silence, Diplomacy, and the Catholic Church. So I've decided to focus on one aspect or one actor, and we've already heard about maybe the role of the Holy See during Helsinki, and also leading up to the Helsinki Final Act. But I would like to also follow Mr. Rogulski, who was saying yesterday that we're allowed to or called upon to ask some questions. So I will raise some questions, which I hope will also spark some debate. We're unfortunately still not at the beginning of the talk, and I need to show you the slides because there's some important quotes there. So just one moment, please. Okay, so this is the beginning. Let's see. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So the title itself already indicates that and at this conference we want to speak about the Helsinki spirit then and now, and I'd like to build a bridge from then to now, and I'll be focusing on the Ukraine war, which I could have added to the title, but it would have become too long. So igniting to reviving, the Holy See itself spoke of igniting the Helsinki spirit in 1975, but now it is also one of the actors saying or calling for reviving. And we can only revive, or we need to revive something if it's almost dead. So I'd like to look at what happened to the Helsinki spirit, and especially what this means for Holy See diplomacy. I'm also especially interested in looking at the Holy See because I find this is one of the most important diplomatic actors. When studying diplomacy, this is clearly the longest existing diplomatic actor. And I argue that by studying the Holy See, we can also learn more about how diplomacy has evolved, but maybe also what has happened to the international society, or what Professor Morgan was speaking of earlier about the international order, how that has evolved. So we see here that for the Holy See, not just for the representative Cardinal Casaroli, but also for Pope Paul VI, they saw Helsinki as a turning point. And I would like to make the argument today that the Ukraine war is another turning point for Holy See diplomacy. We can see this here. So we see some quotes here by different representatives of the Catholic Church and the Holy See, where you can see that there's a call for reigniting, reviving, giving birth to a new spirit of Helsinki. And if we look at the years when these were given, these quotes, we all see that this is since the full-scale invasion by Russia of the Ukraine. And that's why I would like to make the argument that the Ukraine is a turning point for Holy See diplomacy. So what I'd like to do in the next couple of minutes is go backwards. So we're starting with today, and looking at Holy See diplomacy, and I have to apologize to Mr. Jantowski, I will talk about narratives today. That's what the Holy See has to offer. It doesn't have military capabilities, obviously. So we see a narrative that the Holy See has adopted since the full-scale invasion in 2022 is speaking of the United Nations and overall the international system as being powerless and paralyzed, for example, as being dysfunctional, not just the United Nations, but the entire multilateral system, and even impotent. And this is actually as early as 2022, Pope Francis spoke of the impotence of the organizations of the United Nations. And this is a huge, we can say this is a huge or a remarkable narrative that the Holy See is now communicating, considering where it came from. So if we keep the spirit of Helsinki in our minds, that for the Holy See was a turning point in the sense of, resorting to diplomacy, dialogue, striving for peace and security, so all the things that the Holy See would wish for the international society. And now here suddenly we see the Holy See as one of the most fervent supporters of dialogue and international institution, international cooperation, suddenly speaking of the impotence, the end of international cooperation. Possibly, or we can debate whether it's by doing that, by using this narrative, perhaps even delegitimizing the United Nations. So what has happened since, sorry, I hope I'm going in the right direction. Since the invasion, the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, is that the Holy See's diplomacy I know this is a bit provocative, but looking at silence studies, we can observe different forms of silence that the Holy See's diplomacy has been adopting. So there's one ongoing pattern that we can observe, and that is for the Catholic Church in particular, or as it's represented in international relations, it refuses to name Russia as an aggressor. This is a pattern that has, this is not news, this is a pattern that continues, and we'll see how Pope Leo XIV continues that narrative or not. He's already spoken to Putin, but so far the narrative has been quite similar to past narratives. That's one element of silence, namely not naming, so refusing to name aggressors. Another form of silence is how a conflict is framed or a war is framed. So rather than focusing, and yes, the Holy See and the Catholic Church mention the Ukraine war a lot, but what it's also been doing, as we see now at international institutions, is framing this entire thing in a bigger picture, saying the international society, the international community is broken. So it's kind of reframing the Ukraine war into something bigger or something different, which is, in silence studies, would also be one form of silence. And then finally, what I find quite interesting here, coming back to the spirit of Helsinki, is that the Holy See, again, is resorting to using a Cold War rhetoric, speaking of great powers, power balancing, a chessboard. And this was different before the Ukraine war, and I'd like to show you how the narrative has changed. So leading up to 2022, February 2022, we see a slightly different narrative of international cooperation. For example, so in the encyclical from 2020, so yes, a couple of years before the full-scale invasion, there was still a clear support or conviction that international cooperation works, and that we have seen how international norms, the application of international norms, prove truly effective. And even before that, we see that Pope Francis called for appeal to the international community to engage in, for example, humanitarian support. This is said during the war in Syria. And this, to me, communicates a full support and also trust in what the international community is capable of doing, in particular international institutions. I'm skipping back now to see how maybe where we've come to and how much of a change or a critical juncture this Ukraine war now signifies. So we've heard about John Paul II several times already during this conference, and I'm sure we will hear more about him. But 1979, so just a couple of years after the Helsinki Final Act, again, being kind of maybe supported or reaffirmed in the value of international institutions, again, there's this confirmation that the United Nations will ever remain the supreme form of peace and justice. And now suddenly we're hearing it's dysfunctional. So there's a very clear change that has happened in the last 50 years. Sorry, I'm skipping. And then perhaps this is one of the most clear let's say, messages that we've heard by a religious leader in an international institution, which I think we're all familiar with, but this was actually prepared by another encyclical by Pope John XXIII, seeing again the United Nations as with a special aim of maintaining and strengthening peace between nations. So what I wanted to show with going backwards is that the foundations are there. At the beginning of when the Holy See joined the United Nations as a permanent observer, it made very clear, not just in its encyclical, so this was a year before, but also afterwards, again and again supporting the United Nations, international cooperation, and what we might then also call the Helsinki spirit, naming themselves the self-perception of a servant of the states. So seeing its unique role also as a transnational actor, but also as a religious actor in serving this international order. I'd like to conclude with posing a question, and that's to ask what lessons can be learned from Helsinki 1975, especially for such an important diplomatic actor. I now only very briefly mentioned this, surely provocative observation of being silent. But what I'm arguing the Holy See is silent on is violations of international law. And I think that's a very, very central question to be asked, not just during Helsinki 1975, but also now in international institutions at the OSCE. So the Holy See still is represented there, was there in Malta just last year. What lessons are learned, and what does diplomacy mean? Surely not to be silent on violations of international law. And I'd like to end with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Eric, please.
Thanks. Does it work? Yeah, perfect. Thanks. This paper is going to be about what I believe is two fairly different kinds of Protestant transnational Protestant networks and how they moved in the spirit of the Helsinki Act. These two networks I have phrased as the networks of the advocates and the networks of the church diplomats. You have heard a little bit about them already from Katharina Kunter. I will rehearse some of their history in order to understand how they moved after 1975 and in the preceding years, and thereby expanding our temporal dimension as well. I'm conscious of the fact that I'm now approaching this topic from a decidedly Western perspective. I apologize in advance for this. The story would, of course, be quite different if I were to narrate this formation from the vantage point of Protestant churches in the European East. Sometimes the East-Western Protestant networks are treated as the progenies of the Cold War, whereas in fact they had already had a long and complex history when the Second World War ended. Already during the early modern era, we can find examples of how representatives of the national Protestant churches offered support to various groups of co-religionists in the East. But it was not until the 1800s that such initiatives were provided with more of an organizational backbone. The impetus came from various groups of evangelical revivalists and Western European Protestant minority groups. They gathered under the banner of religious liberty when forming the International Pan-Protestant Evangelical Alliance in London in 1846. During the first stages of its existence, this organization operated in a spirit of political liberalism of a decidedly Protestant slant. Though never a major political force, it nevertheless came to provide templates for those who were later to see it as their mission to offer support to what they understood to be oppressed Protestants in various parts of Europe. Some of the ethos of advocacy that was found in the Evangelical Alliance was eventually to be channeled through the various Protestant support agencies who had as their direct aim to champion the cause of Protestants in the eastern parts of Europe, primarily in the Russian Empire, later the Soviet Union. I'll return to these groups within short. The Evangelical Alliance was but the first of many international Protestant organizations that emerged in the latter half of the 19th century. Unlike the Evangelical Alliance, these bodies were formed exclusively to cater to the needs of Protestantism's many subspecies, Methodism, Baptism, Congregationalism, and so on. These organizations provided church leaders with an international platform they had previously been lacking. During the gatherings offered under the auspices of these organizations or through their publications, it was possible to exchange information, to discuss differences in doctrine and practice, and of course, to lend both spiritual and a degree of material support to one another. Even more complex and pluralistic arenas began to emerge with what is now commonly known as the ecumenical movement. The many and diverse commissions and committees that were formed by the people drawn to this vision of a renewed Christianity in the first half of the 20th century became arenas in which a particular kind of church diplomatic persona was formed. And in 1948, they formed the World Council of Churches that to many, not only committed Christians, seemed like a beacon of hope. And it is quite interesting, as Katharina Kunter already had mentioned, to see how this church diplomatic persona altered in the 1960s, away from theology into something else. I will say a little bit more about that within short. So at the end of the Second World War, the world of international Protestantism was dominated by people of two different mindsets, advocates and diplomats. To a considerable extent, these two mindsets came to be expressed in the management of distinct organizational/institutional settings. For the sake of clarity of argument, I'm now consciously going to exaggerate the difference between these attitudes. In reality, of course, there was a degree of overlap and a mutual exchange of ideas and practices. First, the advocates. These people espousing this mindset were mostly found among Protestant revivalist groups, notably in the Protestant aid and missionary organizations they supported, but sometimes also within the theological conservative phalanxes of the national churches. They were keen to offer support to, first and foremost, Protestant groups that were badly treated by the communist regimes. They favored contacts with unlicensed or even underground groups. Support came in the form of material aids, made when possible, letter writing, but also through various campaigns designed to influence public opinion in Western European societies. As a general rule, they drifted towards the political right, sometimes even the far right, and could expose a virulent anti-communist, cold warrior attitude. Secondly, the diplomats. We can find this mindset among the principal players of the ecumenical movement, but also among the leaders of the international denominational organizations, which tended pretty much after the Second World War had ended, actually to be the same people. They were cautious, sometimes too cautious, we might say, in their attitudes, and were fully aware of the intricacies of the Cold War situation. They favored contacts with officially recognized church leaders among the Eastern European Protestants and were thereby brought in the proximity of the leaders of the East European states. During the early phases of the Cold War, these people were seldomly outspoken as to their political views and in general abstained from anti-communist outbursts. the political profile of the generation assuming leadership positions in these organizations during the 1960s and 1970s was increasingly, but not unanimously, progressive, sometimes acknowledging the theological merits of socialism. It is mistaken to say that the people operating within this mindset in general sought to avoid declarations that criticized the religious politics of the communist bloc. Far from it. But when the Russian Orthodox Church became a member of the World Council of Churches in 1961, the dynamic altered. Their freedom to maneuver, so to speak, decidedly became more restricted. So how did people of these two different mindsets and the networks they helped to sustain and manage receive the final act of 1975? The responses of the advocates were swift and outspoken. And it is very significant, it's extremely significant that their responses were divergent. One can say that the advocates offered the earliest and clearest responses to the Helsinki Act. They swiftly picked up on the sections on religious liberty, which they, just like some groups of Protestants in the Soviet Union, used as a pretext to push for changes in the European East. Their line of argument was pretty straightforward and quite a lot of times very blunt as well. This is what you have promised. If you do not deliver, you are but two-faced hypocrites. To further enforce their standpoint, the advocates frequently published letters and reports written in the European East, sometimes smuggled to the West, to demonstrate how little had changed after 1975. They sensed that there was a momentum. Now the ball should keep rolling, so to speak. And I actually believe that some of these people sensed that there was a quest for legitimacy in the contemporary Soviet Union. In comparison to the advocates, the response of the diplomats to the Helsinki Agreement was more convoluted. They found the attitudes and the confrontational style of the advocates vexing, just as the advocates were embarrassed at the taciturnity of the diplomats when it came to religious liberty issues. To understand the responses, one must bear in mind that they, at this time, also were preoccupied with the post-colonial situation. The global dimension steps forward when we sort of look at these people. But they were also involved in various attempts to find a third way between East and West, which in the early years of the 1970s materialized in various attempts to build connections from below through various forms of low-level exchanges and contacts. Therefore, these people were prone to focus on the sections in the Helsinki Act that talked of freedom of movement. The agreement of 1975 seemed to be another step towards the building of a world in which low-level cross-border encounters would be instrumental in fostering mutual trust. So, in conclusion, one might say that these networks and the people who struggled to sustain them both operated in the spirit of Helsinki. But perhaps one might also say that this spirit assumed different shapes and forms, as is often the case when political events move on into the civil society sector. When expressed by these people, the spirit of Helsinki morphed in many ways. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, dear presenters, for your fascinating presentations in this post-lunch context. And we will move now to the more dynamic part of this session. So maybe I could raise a question to Sarah. Thank you for your presentation and also for pointing out to the religious inspirators around the Helsinki Act. If I recall correctly, you mentioned a couple of male inspirators, right? So that might raise the question, how about possible female inspirators. Could you say something about that?
It's already on. Great, wonderful. In my book, I talk a lot about female human rights activists. And one of the things that Jerry Leiber, who was an American woman who was the head of Helsinki Watch in the United States, said is that as a woman, when she applied for permission to go to the Soviet Union, she was not seen as very threatening. So she was able to go to people's kitchens and sit with them and talk with them, and she was able to be very effective in terms of building transnational connections because the Soviets just saw her as a housewife. They didn't realize that she was going to end up leading what would become really a powerhouse organization on behalf of human rights. And I see that in the Soviet context as well, that there were a number of incredibly prominent female human rights activists, people like Yelena Bonner, Andrei Sakharov's wife, Lyudmila Alexeyeva. But by and large, they connected to Helsinki through a broader concern for human rights. They weren't people who came to the movement through religious affiliation or religious activism, even if some of them were deep believers, but they didn't identify maybe first as religious activists. I think they thought that the strength was in a broader emphasis on human rights. So within the world of Helsinki activism, at least, there are many women. You know, certainly if we look at the photos of the signatories of the Helsinki Final Act, that stage was far less diverse. But women played a key role in many aspects of Helsinki activism, even if they may not have been as closely identified with their religious faith in the research that I've done.
Thank you so much for this clear overview, and that's fascinating in itself. I might have also questions to every speaker, but I would like to move to the audience and to include you in our conversation. So it's time for Q&A, and this time it's an inclusive and diverse Q&A, if you allow me, in the sense that it's not only for questions, but also to share maybe narratives or comments, feedback, and as we heard this morning, maybe also a joke. So please, 1, 2, 3, and then we come back to the speakers. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you for the very interesting presentations. I have 2 questions/comments. The first has to do with what about the peace movement? I mean, certainly in the communist states, they like to cooperate with the churches to especially establish peace in Western Europe and Western disarmament, trying to stop the station of US Euro missiles. And of course, they were very active in trying to use the churches or cooperate with the churches, if you will, to get them to support sort of the Soviet line on disarmament. And I was just wondering if that played a role here, but that was also something, for example, in East Germany, the church said, oh, we can play a constructive role in the Helsinki Final Act. Some of the diplomats, if you will, as opposed to the advocates, were saying, well, let's support the line of peace that's being supported by the party. And secondly, I mean, Katharina mentioned 2 organizations, the World Council of Churches and the Council of European Churches. Certainly, the communist parties, before each of these meetings, they would have all of the Soviet bloc, all of their representatives from the church division of the party would meet and try to coordinate what the people would say there, who was allowed to go, tried to control them that way. And also the state security services would also have a multilateral meeting where they would all say, well, these are the problem people we need to deal with, and we can trust this person, that person not. I was just wondering to what extent they were successful in sort of instrumentalizing this, or is that, yeah. That's my question.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
Yes, I was very surprised that none of the 5 speakers mentioned the biggest case of religious repression at that time, and that was in Ukraine. And particularly I was surprised at Professor Snyder, completely ignoring the fact that actually religious repression increased after the Helsinki Agreement was signed. The decade between the Helsinki Agreement and Gorbachev coming on the scene was the actually worst period of political and religious repression in Ukraine since the Stalin era. The two largest underground churches in the Soviet Union were in Ukraine, Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church and Ukrainian Orthodox Church. Why was this ignored from the talks, and particularly from your talk? To Katharina, the Vatican, during this period of time of religious repression in Ukraine, was very silent on Ukraine. The Vatican, Ukrainians were actually very disillusioned by how the Vatican was actually often in bed with the Russian Orthodox Church during that period of time, and in fact since. It rarely criticized this religious repression in Ukraine. In fact, despite the fact that the Ukrainian Catholic Church was the biggest underground church in the world at that time. And so if we're talking about reviving the Helsinki process, I don't think many Ukrainians are going to be happy about that, because this period of time is not something to remember in a positive way. The decade from 75 to 85 was a pretty dark period in Soviet domestic repression. Bringing this to the contemporary era, this has important ramifications, which again I'm surprised nobody brought out. The Russian Orthodox Church is a full-throated supporter of the war against Ukraine. It calls it a holy war to reclaim Russian land. The roots of that go back to this period that was ignored by the panel, and that is that the Russian Orthodox Church was revived by Stalin in 1943 as the Church of the Eastern Slavs, not as the Church of Russia, Church of Ukrainians, Russians, and Belarusians. And so the Russian Orthodox Church, hence, was in bed with the Soviet regime and is now in bed with Putin. I think this is important to understand as one of the drivers of the genocidal war against Ukraine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And here.
I'm very interested in your talk later. But I would like to add some short points which Katharina, Kunter couldn't tell. Even she was researching it in writing books about that. But you have not enough time. But I think it is important if you look to Germany, East Germany, then it is important to understand that in our case, churches were institutional, completely independent. The state had no direct influence in the acting of the church. Even financial, we benefited from the western part of the churches, and it was a very important dimension of that independency. The half-time of GDR from 1949 to 69, the churches, the Protestant churches in East Germany were part of EKD, the Evangelical Church of Deutschland, institutional. It was difficult to really to implement, but institutional. We belonged to the same institution. And it continued with institutional links. That meant, by that independency, churches, the Protestant churches in East Germany, could play such an important role for the opposition in the 70s and the 80s, which is totally different with Czechoslovakia, for instance, or with Hungary. I think I'd just like to mention it. The second point is there was an important dimension with the so-called conciliar process, which is an ecumenical one from Vancouver, the World Council of Churches, 1983, which was not just a German issue because, or even it was initiated by both Germans. But I think it is important that in our case, in East Germany, the political issues of peace, justice, freedom, prevailing of the Schöpfung, I don't know, the environmental issues, to raise that political question as questions of political belief. This was difficult for many groups, even in the church, to convince the leaders and some bishops that this is a question of belief. And this was an important issue in the end of the 80s, and not only in Germany, but I will remind you that in Basel, before the fall of the wall, there was an European ecumenical movement. And my experience, I was a member there, was to experience, before the fall of the wall, citizens from all over of Europe, and not only diplomats, on one place. And I think this was a marvelous event.
Thank you. We go now to the responses to the first speaker. Who wants to respond to the first speaker? Katharina?
Thank you. That's actually a very valid point, which would help underline this pattern of diplomacy that the Holy See has been following since, at very latest, Helsinki 1975. And I would then argue, perhaps, or question what lessons has it learned for what diplomacy it conducts, because clearly the Final Act, but also maybe the Paris Charter, could not prevent, or did not prevent, as we heard yesterday already, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So clearly some lessons need to be learned, or something needs to be reconsidered or overhauled, and maybe not just a revival of the Helsinki spirit, but maybe a completely new approach to what the Helsinki spirit means. So thank you very much for that point.
Maybe I follow in that point about some words about the Russian Orthodox Church in the World Council of Churches and also in the whole context. I think you are right. The peace movement played a distinctive role in framing, let's say, the new idea about East-West detente and dialogue from the World Council of Churches. And definitely we see nowadays, if we are going into the secret files, that more or less I would say all the high ecumenical representatives in the ecumenical movement were more or less instrumentalized by the KGB or the Secret Service. And they tried to convince the people in the ecumenical movement from their political aims and goals. And that was definitely the case in the Conference of European Churches, why they were starting so early to support the CSCE in '66, because it was directly coming from Moscow. But this is only, let's say, until the end of the Cold War, and even today we see the idea that, especially in the Orthodox Church is foreign policy in the ecumenical movement, and they use the ecumenical movement as a soft tool for propagating their foreign policy ideas. I think we can see that, but that is only, let's say, one part of the story, because we also see on the other side in the ecumenical movement and in the churches in the 1970s, they had the turn towards socialistic ideas. And that is a feature of the period, that we have more social democratic governments, that we had openness towards Latin America, that we had openness in the theological area to liberation theology. And we see people from Latin America being staff persons in the ecumenical movement and trying up to open social ethics towards a very secular language, towards a more social orientated activism, and with a very, let's say, just to try to say it neutral, with a sympathy for socialistic ideas, and also with the idea for maybe also social democratic ideas, but also a sympathy for justice, in opposite maybe to the old narrative, which was much more about freedom in the 1950s and 60s. So we have a generation gap in between, a new generation, and it would not be correct to say that the whole churches who were busy in the ecumenical movement were just instrumentalized by Moscow, because there was the other half, and the other half was more or less convinced that the left way is the right way. So they were supporting the other state-conforming church representatives in their way, even if they had different ideas about the world and what a just world looks like in the future. But I think that is important to see. And then the whole peace movement, I think it can be the GDR is a very good field to study the impact, and you know that best. There was the official peace movement. And of course, there were some Christians active in the official peace movement of the GDR, also in other countries, also in Finland. And there was also kind of official peace movement. But there was also the bottom-up independent peace movement in the GDR, where a lot of critical Christians were supporting a peace which was not the framing in the in the Soviet case. So I think that is the ambiguity of the whole heritage of the Helsinki process, that we cannot just be so one-sided in our judgment. And maybe a last word to the Russian Orthodox Church. In my point of view, I think we have a very long history or narrative of the Russian Orthodox Church and the World Council of Churches. The Russian Orthodox Churches was a member in the World Council of Churches since 1961, and already in 1975, after the signing of the Helsinki Accord, they had a big clash with the dissidents in the General Assembly, and finally the World Council of Churches leadership, not from communist countries, from Latin America and Western European countries, decided to appease with the Russian Orthodox Church. Just they wanted to have, let's say, the unity, and they wanted to have the Russian Orthodox Church as a member in the World Council of Churches. And I think you can see this line till today. Even still today, I still would say the World Council of Churches has a problem with the Russian Orthodox Church. And this is also remarkable because on the other way, since the 1960s, the World Council of Churches was always supporting decolonizing countries, and they always had a sensibility what it does mean to come from a colonial context and find their own independent way in terms of Asia and Africa and the new churches. But they did not make this, let's say, this jump in the 21st century, and agreeing that now in the post-Soviet time, the decolonization of the Russian Orthodox Church and the legacy is also an issue. So they never made that, and still today, Ukrainian and Belarus is not represented as churches in the World Council of Churches. It's still the Russian Orthodox Church speaking for all these churches.
Thank you, Katharina. Maybe Sarah could quickly respond to the question of him, and then we have the final question to the lady in the back. Yes,
sure,
please.
Thank you. So I talked about Anatoly Sharansky as a member of the Moscow-Helsinki group. I didn't have time to talk about how Helsinki groups developed in multiple other places in the Soviet Union as well, Lithuania, Georgia, and Ukraine. This is a period of time in which there was a flowering of human rights activism in the Soviet Union, but it does not mean that that activism was not met with repression. Sharansky was arrested. Yuri Orlov, who was the head of the Moscow-Helsinki group, was arrested and imprisoned for a long time. People went into exile, and by the early 1980s, at least the Moscow-Helsinki group was effectively silenced. So it's not surprising to me that a time of activism would be met by increased repression in various republics of the Soviet Union.
Thank you. Final question. And then we move to the coffee break.
My name, I'm working at the OEC Academy in the far, far, far east, where the OEC ends. And that's where my direction is going to. I understand this as religion and the Helsinki process, and I'm wondering from the researchers who have looked more into depth the role of religion as a counter project for many in the former Soviet Union to the socialist communist ideology. And I'm talking particularly about the Muslim groups and congregations, and not only in Central Asia, but also in the Caucasus, and to what extent they might have been inspired by that too, knowing or not knowing, conscious or unconsciously, by the focus that religion plays a role as we have discussed here, not only as a counter movement, as a human rights movement, but I'm wondering if there's any research on the role of Muslim religious groups, because I know from my experience working in Central Asia that they played a significant role in opposing the regime, whether they wanted it or not, but they were constantly targeted by the Soviet regime, and many of them were slaughtered and put into gulags for their faith because they were threatening the regime. And I'm wondering how, or whether there's anything that we can connect to the Helsinki process, particularly in the 1980s. Just curious from this perspective. And of course, there are many more religious groups in the former Soviet Union.
Yes, and thank you for bringing that in, the notion of the non-Christian faith communities. Anyone who could briefly say something?
I could start,
Eric?
perhaps. Yeah, I don't think that there has been so much done on that. That's a very interesting topic, I think. I think that the people I sort of put under the label of advocates, very Protestant people, as you've heard, I think they had a kind of awareness. They know what was happening in Ukraine, and they also were quite aware of what was happening to the Muslims, which is quite surprising. But if you follow their publications, you can see that they had reports and they were able to publish some sort of basic information what was happening to these people as well, which I believe this needs to be sort of further studies. Thanks a lot for that question.
Rika, final sentence.
Just a very short remark concerning the peace movement, because I think it has two levels. The first, you may know the Prague-based church. What was the? Yes, the Christian Peace Conference, which was actually a kind of, a very soft organization. There is a picture of 16 delegates from Hungary. All of them were the agent of the secret services. But probably which is more important, and this is what I wanted to mention, the instrumentalization, not only the churches, but the exploitation of the theological doctrine. And the peace movements used the theological doctrine of the Christian churches in order to support the official communist propaganda. And I think this is a quite huge topic we should talk about later. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think we all have learned that we have a lot to study from the issue of religion connected with human rights and the Helsinki process. And we can see that one word may mean very different things. If you think about the word peace, for example, and context is important, and how you use certain word or some idea. And so I think that we will continue the process of studying the relations between religion, human rights, and society in general. And I wish you all luck in this, and thank you all for participating. And once again, thank you all for our panelists.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Naimska, and I will held the turbo presentations. Turbo presentations, for everybody who knows us, it's obvious, but for some of you it will be the first time. So everybody has 90 seconds to present their project or institution just for the networking purposes. So it can be a project, it can be an institution, it can be an idea, it can be a research field. So I will start with the alphabetical order, and at the end we will have some presentations of the organizers. So first of all, I would like to ask Rose, sorry, this will be the recording, because one more thing, some of the presentations we have on the spot, and some of them we have the recordings of persons who couldn't be with us. So first will be Rose Ariel, Both Sides Face East, Volume 1, Durable Words. Video.
Dear guests, my name is Ariel Rose. I'm a poet and essayist, and I would like to present a book that I co-edited with my colleagues, Alisa Slaughter and Julia Suszycka, Both Sides Face East, Durable Words by Academic Studies Press. The volume is the fruit of a 3-year project based on translation, dialogue, and a capacious approach to anti-imperialism prompted by the war in Ukraine. The book is informed by Eastern Central Europe as a geographical region and also as a state of mind, as suggested by the poem Border by Adam Zagajewski. It includes poems, stories, essays, and translations by Ukrainian and international writers like Serhiy Zhadan, Masha Kolanovich, Marcy Shore, Zsuzsa Salem. I contributed with the text Ukraine, a Polyphony, that is one chapter from my book about Ukrainian poets and the problem of language at the moment in Ukraine. The project is sponsored by Fondation Jan Michalski and the International Renaissance Foundation. This book and the project responds to the Helsinki Final Act. We should remember about this vulnerable bridge between Ukraine and the rest of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. The second will be Leon van den Broek, Theological University of Utrecht.
In my field, religion, law and society, I came across about 20 years ago the guidelines pertaining the freedom of religion and belief of the Office of the Democratic Institute and Human Rights of the OSCE. I found a specific section on cemeteries, and I thought that's a fascinating topic, a niche, the right to the disposal of the body, both from a theological, religious, historical, and juridical perspective. It is about the right to commemorate and the right to grieve. However, that's problematic in times of war and disaster. However, everyone who has to face death in his or her family or among friends experience death as a personal disaster. My research is about peace, security, cooperation, for the living, and yes, for the dead, because death concerns all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Petri Hakkarainen, Nations Memory Institute.
Hello to everyone. I would like to briefly introduce one of the projects of the Nations Memory Institute in Slovakia dealing with the human rights issues. Our institute is a public law institute dealing with the period of the years 1939-1989, marked by the two totalitarian regimes in Slovak history. And among the broad scope of our activities, one of them is to organize the annual conference focusing on the human rights. The tradition began in 2021 when the first conference was held in Bratislava, commemorating also the founder of the Nations Memory Institute and former dissident, Mr. Jan Langoš. And in the following years, we commemorate the establishment of the Charter 77, adoption of the Universal Declaration of the Human Rights, and for example, the last year we commemorate 1989 and the fall of the Iron Curtain. Here you can see the events or the format of the event and also the partners which we are cooperating with. And we are really very glad that during the 4 years of this event, some leading researchers and respected personalities took part on these conferences. Let me mention former Slovak Prime Minister Iveta Radičová, Professor Mark Reimer, and also the members of the INRS Steering Committee, Professor Florin Abraham, Professor Erkki, and also the first Deputy Director of the Institute of the Study of Totalitarian Regimes from Czech Republic, Mr. Kamil Nedvědický, also Mr. Aaron Mate took part, and we really appreciate it. Since 2023, we add to the conference also the award ceremony for the winners of the student competition, which we called Hours and History. And in this competition, the students from all over Slovakia prepare essays and also the videos. And we, of course, cooperate on this event with our partners, especially the NGOs, mostly the Mission 89, also with the embassies in the Slovakia, mostly the France and the Netherlands. But our key partners on these projects are a representation of the European Commission in Bratislava and also the Ombudsman's office in Slovakia. And of course, as I said already, each year we have a specific focus of these events. And I would like to invite you to Bratislava because this year, of course, we will be focusing on the Helsinki Final Act. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now we have the video, and this Johann Grünbauer, Foundation History of Totalitarian Regimes and Their Victims.
Choosing who we honor in the public spaces, it gives us a moral compass. In Haarlem, a street is named after Rudolf Slansky in 1987. Rudolf Slansky has been the General Secretary of the Communist Party in Czechoslovakia from 1948 to 1951. He was responsible for the execution and liquidation of thousands of innocent people. One of them is politician Miladova Horáková. We believe that such a street should not be named to Rudolf Slansky Sr. Rudolf Slansky Jr. distanced himself from his father's politics. He got a member of the movement of Charter 77. The proclamation of Charter 77 was inspired by the Helsinki Final Act of 1975. We are actively campaigning to have the street renamed to Rudolf Slansky Jr. He died in 2006. The municipality of Haarlem informed us not to rename the street. This decision deeply disappointed us, and the sister of Rudolf Slansky Jr., Marta Slanska, saddens it deeply. We will not give up because history matters, names matters.
Thank you. Now I invite Katharina Hochmuth, Federal Foundation for the Study of the Communist Dictatorship in Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, why should people today care about a regime that collapsed more than 3 decades ago? Why revisit a past that they never lived through? Because the lessons of dictatorship, of lost freedom and silent resistance don't expire. And because the stories of those who lived under communism in East Germany are still shaping our democratic present. I'm Katharina Hochmuth, Head of School Education Department at the Federal Foundation of the Communist Dictatorship in Germany. Our mission to ensure that the history of and consequences of the East German dictatorship remain visible, debated and relevant, especially for a younger generation. Established by the German Parliament in 1998, the Federal Foundation supports research, education and remembrance initiatives that uncover hidden stories, challenge myths and confront uncomfortable truth. Each year we fund hundreds of projects, exhibitions, books, school materials, films, oral history projects and digital platforms, many created in partnership with civil society, educators and institutions. We don't just look back, we ask how memory shapes the present, and we encourage critical and democratic awareness through history. 2 of our international programs reflect this approach. First, Memory Work. This is an exchange initiative that funds fellowships for museums professionals, archivists, educators from Germany and abroad to collaborate, to learn from another, and to build a long-term partnership in the field of remembrance. Second, our annual international conference in Czechova, Poland, which brings together researchers, experts and educators to explore the challenges of memory and the threats of democratic values today. With coming to terms with the dictatorship, we preserve the memory of those who suffered under communist rule and give space to the voices of those who resisted injustice. The Federal Foundation fosters transnational dialogue, supports historical truth, and encourages an active culture of remembrance. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have the recording of Maria Fernanda García Ibarren, Museum of Memory and Human Rights.
Soy María Fernanda García Iribarren, directora del Museo de la Memoria y los Derechos Humanos. Y estamos aquí, en este museo, un lugar que fue creado por el Estado de Chile y es uno de los actos de reparación para las víctimas de los derechos humanos durante la dictadura cívico-militar. También es un acto de reparación para un país que fue quebrado en ese minuto en que se instauró la dictadura el año 1973. Este año se conmemoran 50 años desde el golpe cívico-militar, donde se instaló por 17 años una cruel dictadura. Por eso es tan importante este Museo de la Memoria y los Derechos Humanos, donde se pone de manifiesto el valor de la democracia, de la reflexión, de la memoria, del nunca más, de la historia, para no repetir el pasado y poder construir en paz nuestro futuro.
Thank you. And now we have another recording, Piet de Klerk, the Netherlands Helsinki Committee.
Hi, I'm Piet de Klerk, and until recently I was the chair of the Supervisory Board of the Netherlands Helsinki Committee. The NHC stands in the proud tradition of civil society holding states to account for implementing the Helsinki Final Act. From the modest beginning in 1987, we evolved into a key player in the European network of civil society organizations. We run 3 distinct programs: rights-based justice, which mainly looks at prison conditions and rehabilitation; human rights defense, which supports human rights defenders and advocates for more human rights awareness; and integrity and accountability, which includes our flagship project for the last decade or so, the rule of law training for representatives of states which might become EU member states at some point. In all the pillars of our work, we support our Ukrainian counterparts. We never had structural state support, but we receive financial support for specific projects from The Hague, Brussels, and other donors. Given conditions attached to our finances, most of our work takes place outside of the European Union, but we also look critically at EU states and at the Netherlands in particular. Thank you.
And now another recording, Vesna Kostic, Jovan Ducic and Mladost elementary school teachers.
штук при Другом Советском Раді.
Now on site, I invite Stefan Kuber, Religion and Society in East and West.
Yeah, hello to everyone. I'm Stefan Kuber, Editor-in-Chief of the journal Religion and Society in East and West. And I would like to present a special issue which we published 2 months ago together with Katharina Kunter, you already know her, about the 5th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act. Shortly, a few words about our journal in general. You can read it. It's a German journal, and we are covering a current issue from Central Asia, also Central, Eastern, and Southeastern Europe. And this journal, you can find free copies downstairs at the reception desk. Unfortunately, it's only in German, so you at least have to read it in German. And the content, it's similar topics as we discussed the whole day and yesterday. It includes contributions on topics such as the foundation and acting of the Ukrainian and Lithuanian Helsinki group, religious actors and the Helsinki process, also about the People's Republic of Poland and the unintended consequences of the KSCE process. And this issue also addresses current issues and asks about the role of the OSCE in light of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. So I invited you to read more. And if you want more, about our journal and even subscribe this, please visit our website. You find it here. We also wrote about the foreign policy of the Vatican, the topic we mentioned earlier today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Now the recording, Wojciech Kucharski, the Depot History Center. let's go further. We will come back. Dovile Lauraitine, the Museum of Occupations and Freedom Fights and the Memorial Complex of Tuskulėnai Peace Park recording.
Our task is to nurture and convey a complex memory. Therefore, the Museum of Genocide Victims, which is now called the Museum of Occupations and Freedom Fights, was established in the former KGB building in the autumn of 1992. The purpose of the museum is to immortalize the participants in the freedom fights and struggles, as well as the victims of the Soviet genocide. In the 20th century, Lithuania, like other Central and Eastern European countries, went through a series of painful upheavals. Lithuania was occupied by the Soviets in June 1940. A year later, it was occupied by Nazi Germany, and then the second Soviet occupation began in the summer of 1944. The brutality of one occupant was replaced by a brutal and even longer oppression from the other. In Soviet security offices, ruthless decisions were made to kill, imprison, and exile those who did not accept the new order. The inhabitants of Lithuania did not agree to obey the will of the occupants. Men and women went out into the forest to fight, to defend our freedom and values. There was a well-organized partisan war from 1944 to 1953. Individual partisans continued their armed resistance until 1965. In the unequal struggle, they were left on their own. They were killed and their bodies were publicly desecrated, and the ones who were arrested were brutally tortured and tried as enemies of the people and traitors of the motherland. Those who supported them were sent to labor camps, and their parents, siblings, spouses, and children were mercilessly deported to Siberia and other remote parts of the Soviet Union, where they died of hunger, cold, and disease, or were forced into slave labor. It required an extraordinary effort of will for them to survive, return, and continue what they had started, the fight against the occupant. All forms of resistance were suitable as long as they demonstrated that people had not come to terms with or recognized the occupation. And they won. The Sąjūdis rallies, the Baltic Way, the events of March 11th, 1990 and January 13th, 1991. This was the victory of a nation that stood up for itself. Today, we are free. But again and again, we must evoke the memory of this traumatic experience so that we never forget the price we had to pay for freedom. The exhibition, Secrets of Tuskulėnai Manor, at the Tuskulėnai Memorial reveals how the repressive apparatus, military tribunals, and the Special Council of the NKVD dealt with people sentenced to death between 1944 and 1947. The exposition, Project Homo Sovieticus, shows the efforts and means that were used by the Soviet totalitarian regime to create a new social, cultural, and political environment. It is meant to convey the life of a person who lived and worked in the Soviet Union and Soviet Lithuania. Through objects, texts, fragments of memories, and other items reflecting that world, the aim is to show the spirit of that time and the peculiarities of the Soviet era. The Chapel Columbarium in Tuskulėnai Peace Park is a place to remember and honor the victims, a space for peace and focus. This is where the remains lie of people who were secretly buried at Tuskulėnai Manor in the years 1944 to 1947. Over 700 people are buried there in the crypt with identical coffins. They were people who were dangerous to the Soviet regime, whose willpower did not break, who fought for freedom. By listening to the stories of Lithuanian partisans, former political prisoners, exiles, and other resistance fighters, we have come to understand that their chosen path of struggle for the independence of the homeland involved making great sacrifices for the sake of their convictions and required an unwavering faith that the day of independence would nevertheless come. They are a source of inspiration and obligation to us all.
Now I would invite Joanna Matera, New Community Foundation.
Hello, it's Turbo presentation, so I'm going to be fast, but I hope you will follow. Today I would like to present you the work of the New Community Foundation, NGO based in Warsaw, dedicated to reducing polarization and fostering stronger, more connected communities. Our aim is to combat polarization, which is the social problem, as the differences in opinions are normal in healthy democracies. We talk about polarization when the state of divisions is so deep that it erodes social trust, blocks decision-making, and destroys the sense of community. And what is important that we have two different types of polarization. Ideological one, which refer to the extreme divisions in terms of political views, and the other one, affective polarization, is much more dangerous because it describes the state when people start hating each other because of the political differences they have. And research show that actually it's very difficult or even impossible to change someone's ideology. But what we can do, we can try, we can try to work towards that people start treating each other in another way, with more respect. And to show you some of the examples of our formats, we organized to show people how to talk across the political aisle. So, for example, we organized small group dialogues. Those are facilitated discussions for around 12 people. We invite people with different political views from different backgrounds, and they discuss they discuss problems which are present in public debate and are controversial, such as immigration, abortion, or religion. We have also good conversation workshops. Those are trainings focused on practicing specific skills which can help us to lead better conversations, such as active listening, finding doubts into your opinions, or asking questions. And one more project we had, one-on-one conversations. It was actually, we did it with cooperation with German foundation. Now I forget the name, sorry. My Country Talk. And basically what we did was we matched more than 1,000 people with different political views. So actually kind of like reverse Tinder, if you know the application. So people could get the email to the person with different political views, and they could meet online to discuss the political topics. So I just named a few of the formats we have. And to conclude, we believe that when people talk to each other, but like really talk, then the communities can grow stronger. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I invite Kamil Nedvědicki, Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kamil Nedvědicki. I'm the first deputy in Institute for Study of Totalitarian Regimes. In this short presentation, I would like you briefly show 3 examples how our Institution for Study of Totalitarian Regime of the Czech Republic currently implementing the Helsinki principles in the contemporary world. The first example is how to help Ukraine. You know that the Russian aggressors in Ukraine destroy not only human lives, building and so on, but they destroy also the historical memory. It means they destroyed or take away materials from Ukrainian archives. So our institution is helping to our Ukrainian friends and we are saving materials from Ukrainian archives, digitalized it in the Czech Republic. And the second thing is that we are in primary researching can create from these materials, from these archives, new excellent books. One is the example there about the Jewish people from the Czechoslovakia in Soviet gulags. I think it's necessary to help our Ukrainian friends also in this way because it's necessary to save their historical memory. The second... okay. The second example is our support to people who are in opposition in Belarus, because as we know, the Belarusian opposition is in a contemporary situation, in very bad situation, because the Helsinki principles aren't in dictatorship of Belarus. It's necessary to fighting against the dictatorship in Belarus every day. It isn't only about discussion, it's their everyday life and fighting against the dictatorship in Belarus. So we are helping our Belarus friends not only during the conferences when we were discussed about the situation in Belarus, but we are also published and support books about especially young people in Belarus who are under the repression of the Belarus regime. And I think it's necessary to tell to the world about the situation in Belarus, because we are discussing about so many countries in the world, and the situation in Belarus is very bad in connecting with human rights and connecting with legal state and other Helsinki principles. And the third slide is about our cooperation with Chinese Republic of Taiwan, because Chinese Republic of Taiwan is a democratic country. I think a very interesting country, but the past of Taiwan was also non-democratic. So we are cooperating with our colleagues from Taiwan how to research about undemocratic past, and also how to educate new generations. What is it totalitarianism? What is it undemocratic state? And what does it mean? Democratic principles of human rights, of democracy, freedom, and rule of law. And the last sentence of my turbo presentation is that these three cases can show us that the Helsinki principles aren't only the question of the past, and aren't only question of our normal situation in European Union, because so many countries in the world are undemocratic, people are living in totalitarian regimes, and it is necessary not only to talk about the Helsinki principles, but also to do something against the totalitarian regimes and something for the democratic principles. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And now we have the recording, Pan, Department of Human Rights and Transnational Justice.
午安，我是台湾行政院政务委员李明欣，很荣幸有机会与欧洲的朋友们分享台湾人权及转型正义的推动经验。台湾在第二次世界大战结束后，曾经历经长达47年的威权统治，因此我们透过一系列的行动，努力巩固民主与人权的根基，让独裁与压迫不再重演。在人权方面，我们致力推动联合国核心人权公约国内法化，督导各机关推动人权保障相关工作。在转型正义方面，我们也做了许多的努力，特别是进行平复司法不法与行政不法，以及被害者权利恢复等重要任务。尽管台湾与欧洲相距遥远， 但我们拥有相似的历史经验，并同样面对周边集权政权的威胁。台湾将与民主伙伴并肩前行，透过铭记历史，强化法治与国际连结，守护得来不易的民主自由。让我们携手共进，持续深化彼此的交流与合作，共同维护人权与正义的普世价值。最后，祝福活动圆满成功，谢谢大家。
Thank you, and now I would like to invite Robert Parter, German-Polish House.
Thanks a lot. I would like to introduce the German-Polish House, which will be Berlin's forthcoming center dedicated to remembrance, dialogue, and education. This landmark initiative, dubbed by German politicians as, sorry, I quote, the most significant German-Polish commemorative project in German historical policy, will honor the victims of the Nazi occupation of Poland from 1939 to 1945, while illuminating centuries of shared history, both before and after the war. The concept is basically built around three interlocking pillars: commemorate, encounter, and understand. Commemorate means that we will feature a contemporary memorial in Berlin's public space on a central site. Encounter means that we will host lectures, conferences, and cultural events directed at the German and Polish, and of course at an international audience. Understand means that we will have a permanent exhibition and also temporary exhibitions detailing the occupation of Poland, Polish victims, German perpetrators, but also including always the broader arc of German-Polish interdependence from centuries ago to present day. Showing often contradictory and controversially debated interwoven stories is our goal. We are not here to recreate national narratives. Such a story, for example, could be the contact between dissidents from East Germany and from Poland. And one could highlight Ludwig Mehlhorn, an East German dissident who learned Polish and built bridges, forums, and exhibitions in Poland and Germany. Since March 2023, a unit at the Foundation Memorial for the Murdered Jews of Europe, working with the German Polish Institute and a 70-member expert forum, produced an implementation proposal, Realisierungsvorschlag, which can be found on our website, and this is this one. If you would like one, you can have it from me. I brought some with me in German and Polish, but it's also available on our website. This proposal has been approved by the former German government in 2024, and we hope that also the German parliament, the German government, we hope that this year the German parliament, the Bundestag, will debate and approve it. So in conclusion, the German-Polish House, I think, promises to be a powerful testament to a shared history. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to invite Ann-Kathrin Reichert, the Robert Hoffman Society in Berlin.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ann-Kathrin Reichert and I'm a research assistant at the Robert Havemann Society in Berlin. The Robert Havemann Society preserves and collects the testimonies of the independent, peace, environmental and human rights groups in the GDR, as well as personal documents and records of people from the opposition and resistance in its archive of the GDR opposition. As we know, in particular, the development of human rights groups in the GDR is closely linked to the Helsinki process. Based on its archive, the Robert Havemann Society organizes public events, conducts political education work, offers academic advice, publishes its own publications, and works together with public and civil society organizations and NGOs. Currently, for instance, with Belarus Exile organization in Berlin and the State Archive of Kherson in Ukraine. In future, we would like to intensify our cooperation with similar organizations and scientific institutes at an international level, particularly in the countries of Central and Eastern Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I would like to invite Bernhard Stahl, University of Passau.
Yeah, hello everybody. I start with the notion that the final Helsinki Act was really incredibly important for human rights and for the flourishing and development of human rights all over Europe and the world. And we jump here in today's time and make kind of dialectical arguments saying, well, we see that, increasingly see that mass atrocity crimes are silenced by the international community. Mass atrocity crimes are war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, ethnic cleansing, and they're more and more silenced by important actors, such as United Kingdom, Germany, and other governments. This is, in a way, surprising, considering that mass atrocity crimes are banned by international law and oftentimes national self-binding commitments. But what we share the quote here of Karen E. Smith that genocide and mass atrocity crimes can be increasingly observed on a global scale. Why? We have some ideas why this is the case. Colonial crimes especially are not mentioned in national discourses. Many politicians deny it. But we have also for current crimes, when we think of Gaza, of Ukraine, of Sudan, of South Sudan, of Congo, of Myanmar, of the Uyghurs in China, we normalize it, we trivialize it, saying that there is only, it's about civil war. We frame it differently, talking about hunger and refugees, or we simply blame other actors, United Nations or regional organizations for not doing anything. Our future concern will be, of course, the breaking of silence and what all of this means for the international community. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And now Gert Weiskirchen.
I only would like to wish that you are the ones to take your responsibility in the end to change the page of history. 3 steps are necessary to do so. Inspire, invent, and then another I, to bring about identification for others. And that is why I do think that this conference could be one of the next starting points to deliver a different future better than the present. And I remember very well only one name, Mintjan Faber. He has been the one to pick up the idea of Protestant church, religion, and brought it to the society level. And he was one of these guys. I'm feeling that I do in his record the same that he presented in the 80s, in the beginning of the 80s, such as other ladies, for instance, from the LSE in London. She and Mintjan, we and all the others, we were the ones to make a starting point in order to change history. And these three I's, inspiration, imagination, inspiration, and invention, we should put together in order to bring about peace, freedom, democracy, and then, hopefully, we do see an other Russia. And, for instance, Irina Shcherbakova is the one to present this other Russia, and we should do all we can in order to bring about this new other Russia. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Joanna Orvoš from European Network Remembrance and Solidarity.
Good afternoon. We decided to use this opportunity to tell you about few projects from our educational projects portfolio. And I will share this presentation with my colleague Ursula Bios, who will take the floor. The first project I would like to briefly introduce to you, which is called Sound in the Silence, I think it portrays the three I that you have mentioned: imagination, inspiration, and innovation. I think those three words are very much embedded in this project. It's a project for students of high schools who come to the memory site with their teachers. Each group consists of 7 participants. They find out about the history of the memory place, then with the educational team from this site. Then they take part in artistic workshops, and at the end, as the final point, they present a final performance to a public that we invite. This project is gaining more and more popularity among our audience. I think it's because it's innovative and inspirational. We have so far done more than 10 editions in various places in Europe. This year we will host students from Spain, Cyprus, Romania and Poland for more than 7 days in Pruszków near Warsaw, which used to be a transit camps for the citizens of Warsaw after the Warsaw uprising. Here you have just few pictures to give you a better picture of what it looks like. Some pictures from the year 23, from the previous year in Pitești in Romania as well. And very briefly, the next project, which will be the first one that we organized this year, also quite connected with the subject of this year's symposium is the project for older students from universities. We have gathered more than almost 300 applications from around Europe. They will be divided into two groups. One group will spend few days in the archives in Bremen. The second one will spend the same amount of time in Prague, in Václav Havel Library and Libri Prohibiti Library, and they will study the archives and the uncensored publications, literature in those places. And later, as the last final moment, they will spend few days in Maison Lafitte near Paris, where there was a center, very important center for Poland during the Cold War before 1989. It will be connected with some creative work, as we always try for this inspirational reason to combine educational aims with artistic creative aims. This time they will be in this project creating a zine. If you don't know what it is, it's an independent publication that will hopefully convey everything that they will have learned during this project. Ursula, the floor is yours with other INRS educational activities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I'll start when Joanna ended. So she spoke about the different mediums, about different approaches and like artistic methods to convey, to talk about history. So I'll add more. There is also voice, and in this project, which is called In Between, a group of students from different countries, they meet in the borderland region, where they have also different workshops. They talk with people, with community members, with pastors, with politicians, with just people at the street, and they're aiming to produce a podcast. They work with their mentor, who's an expert journalist. So this project, it combines oral history when they conducting the interviews, but also journalism. So it won't be a surprise that last year we've been here in Helsinki. So in one of the editions of the projects, the students, they were recording a podcast, which is available on our Spotify channel. And it was about this connection between Tallinn and Helsinki, and it was really inspiring for the students to discover how for people who had this opportunity to cross the sea during the Cold War, it was a very vivid memory which stayed in their mind after all those years. So this year we'll be on the Polish-German borderland in Gorlice-Gorzelec. Yeah, and like the podcast will be ready in September. So another project is for a little bit different target group, but the localization is the same. It's a summer school for teachers and educators who are just in the heart of the educational system. Here they also research borderlands, but they do it through photography. So they are aiming each participant, after a couple of weeks, this study visit to the borderland is aimed to to make one photo which depicts the borderland landscape, and then we are aiming to produce the postcards out of those photos, and then on the other side of the postcard there will be questions for students. So we believe that it might be a tool for teachers to use it with their students in the classroom. And last but not least, there's a High Story Lessons online platform, which exists in 6 languages, and it's for each teacher, educator. So if you're not taking part in none of those previously mentioned projects, you can always visit High Story Lessons website. If you would just tap on resources for teachers, they all will be displayed. And so what we covered lately, it was the 8th of May. So we produced a teaching set, which is called 8 Years After. And it is about World War II in times of disinformation. So we wrote about distortions, we wrote about the memory conflicts, also the use of the World War II in Russia's aggression against Ukraine, also the differences in commemoration 8th, 9th of May in East and West Germany. So it might be, there was like a lot of projects from Germany too, that also might be interesting for you. So you're invited to visit the website, and also I'll give the floor to my colleague Magda. I noted in the notebook from the contest she'll speak about.
I will speak about a contest, Grandparents' Grand Stories. Can I ask for the presentation, please? The contest sort of complements our educational projects, and we organize it for the first time as a part of our campaign celebrating the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. The contest was aimed at mostly school pupils, university students, teachers, and educators, but the contest turned out to be very popular, and we received many entries from adults as well, and we decided to hold the contest open for everybody, since the main idea was to explore personal and local dimensions of wartime history through first-hand accounts of witnesses. And this could be achieved through dialogue to cross-cultural, cross-generational conversations. We promoted the contest through a very moving short video featuring one of Polish famous actors. Unfortunately, obviously the sound is not working, and the sound is also an important part of the video, but so is the picture. So the video was really short, but it went viral, and it helped us to promote the contest. Entrants could submit their work in one of 4 categories: written work, photography, audiovisual materials, and a lesson scenario. So teachers were also an important part of the target group. Over 100 entries were submitted, and the participants turned out to be aged between 6 and I think the oldest one was 70. So we were happy to receive many intergenerational interactions. All works submitted in the contest are now available at our website, ENRS.eu, and lesson scenarios are available at the platform Ursula mentioned, High Story Lessons. And we were happy to see that schools got really interested in this format, and one of the schools managed to organize their own contest on based on a very similar model. And this was also something we were hoping to get, not only to get people talk to each other within their families, but also spread the word in schools, get teachers inspired. That's why we have decided to continue this contest, and we plan future annual editions, touching on different themes each year. Thank you.
Thank you, and now we come to Kati Kataisto from Historians Without Borders.
Could I have the slides, please? I have a great pleasure to introduce the project History in Exile. I'm historian at the University of Helsinki and board member of Historians Without Borders. And Historians Without Borders launched this project last autumn. And the purpose of this project is to promote dialogue between historians and history teachers in the Nordic and Baltic countries, as well as the public on Russian memory and history politics. So the project really offers a platform to express counter-narratives to Putin's Russia. So during this period, it is a very important platform and a way to offer counter-narratives to current Russia, to the what was called previously Other Russia. So the project also highlights the experiences of historians and history teachers of Russian background on the challenges of researching and teaching history in Russia. And it is funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers, and the project organizes seminars and meetings. There has been already 3 different seminars in 3 different locations, in Helsinki, Stockholm, and in Tallinn. And there will be also publications. And I have a pleasure to announce that the project just received 2nd round of finance from the Nordic Council of Ministers, so the future of the project looks bright. And the project partners are the Swedish Historical Society and Estonian History and Civics Teachers Association. Other cooperation partners are Aleksanteri Institute of the University of Helsinki and Department of History and Institute of Contemporary History at the Södertörn University in Sweden, and also Euroclio, European Association of History Educators. And the next seminar will be held in Potsdam, Germany, in cooperation with the Institute for Cultural Diplomacy. So you are all warmly welcome over there to participate in this streamed seminar. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have one person, but 2 projects, and it's Daniel Pospelov with one project that is Civil Tech Lab and the other Russian Independent.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm representing Civic Tech Lab. It is an organization that provides civil society with technical solutions, strengthening resilience against dictatorships, primarily Russian dictatorship. My colleagues and I were all from Russia, but due to specifics of our work and personal and professional risks, none of us resides in Russia anymore. So I wanted just to once again kindly thank Maria for kindly letting me present 2 projects instead of just one. So the first one is called Kronika Catalog. Unfortunately, it is not publicly released yet, so I cannot just invite you to visit a website. So I'll just tell a bit about it. So it is a database built on written evidence, a database of persons who are involved in human rights violations and usurpation of power in Russia. I know that it sounds extremely broad, so let me just clarify it a bit for you. Let's take, I don't know, one random example, some political criminal case in today's Russia. For example, someone is charged with so-called fake news or discrediting of Russian armed force. So this is a grave human rights violation. I mean, such a criminal case against freedom of speech and whatever. And who is guilty of this violation? It is not just Putin who is orchestrating the whole system. It is not just the judge who sentenced our defendant, but it is actually a pretty long pipeline. It starts from the deputies of State Duma, Russian members of parliament, who drafted the law and promoted it. Then it is everyone who voted for it. Then it is everyone from regional parliaments who reviewed the draft law and said, like, this is a good one, we want to have it. Then it's, of course, Putin who signs it. Then investigator who launched the case. Then the state prosecutor participated on trial, and the judge, then the judge of the Court of Appeal, and so on and so on. So we want all of them to be in our database, and not just names and information, but also written evidence, documents, because we are doing it not just to preserve information for future generations, which is, of course, really important, but we also want our work to be a bit more pragmatic. So when at some point Russian regime falls, fingers crossed, and we have this other new Russia already mentioned on this stage, we want our database to be used as a tool for transitional justice, also was mentioned in one recording we had from my colleague from Taiwan. So it is crucial for us that for every alleged human rights violation, for every episode of usurpation of power in Russia, we have a written evidence. Someone voted for this law, we have a protocol of voting from the parliament. A judge sentenced someone to 10 years in prison, we have a sentence, a document, a verdict signed by this judge, and so on. Just a couple of words of how we work. Of course, we deal with a huge amount of data, and it is not real to process all of it manually. So we use some IT solutions. We use parsers to retrieve documents from the official websites of Russian courts and from the website of State Duma. So it is basically it is a program that goes to a website, finds information, and transfers it to our database. Then we use artificial intelligence to analyze the documents and to pull necessary data and, for example, the names, the dates, the positions of people involved, and putting them in designated spots in our database. And then we have our beautiful volunteers who manually verify the work done by the large language model, because it is really important for us that everything is double-checked. We want it to be like a real evidence that can be used in a court. So that's it. And another project. Is it here? Okay. Oh, nice. So The other project is called Russian Independent Media Archive, or RIMA for short. It is public, you can already use it, and I encourage you to use it. It is what it is called, an archive of Russian independent medias. Some numbers, right now it is over 130 media outlets, and we are aiming at 200 by the end of this year. More than 7 million documents. Each article from one media counts as one document. All of them are machine translated into English for easier use by everyone. And we don't have just online medias, we also have printed medias, and not just as scans. They're all recognized, optically recognized and structured. You can read them article by article. You can perform a text search within these print medias. Some of them don't exist anymore. Some of them are just, I don't know, some regional medias from, I don't know, existed from 2005 to 2008, for example. And we also have videos, we also have podcasts. Wrong button, sorry. Yes, why we're doing this? Because you all know that the situation with media in Russia is pretty complicated right now, especially since the beginning of full-scale aggression against Ukraine. And many media faced bans and censorship, and some of them just ceased to exist. And this is just one example. Originally it's in Russian, but translated for you. Znak.com, it existed, I don't know, for a decade maybe, and then they just cannot, they don't have enough resources to fight the system anymore, and then they just shut their website down, and years of work are just gone because it is not a printed media. And another example, there is much turbulence in terms of financing and funding for independent media right now. And for example, if some media who has funding from Western partners doesn't have enough money just to pay for web hosting, the same situation, it is gone. So we're preserving all of it. And we also want our archive not just to be, in a way, passive archive where you come, Google for something, and you receive a result. Right now, it works like this. Here is just one example, totally random search query. Not this readable, sorry. Okay. So right now, it works basically like Google, except of that if you search for something Russia-related, especially relevant to current agenda in Google, you receive a mix of reliable sources and Russian state media propaganda, but not in our archive. Right now, my colleagues from our IT department working on an AI chatbot like ChatGPT, Gemini, Microsoft Copilot, and others, but a chatbot that is using our archive as a main source of information. And here is a sneak peek what it can look like. It is just a technical screenshot. We will design it way better, I hope. So another way to retrieve some reliable information that can be used by journalists, by researchers, and by anyone who is interested in the current history of Russia. Oops. And so I encourage you to use our archive. If you want to make some deeper research using our archive, please feel free to contact us, and we can make some tailored research for you to help you. And this format of turbo presentations doesn't imply any real interaction with the audience, but if you have any comments or feedback or questions or whatever, please find me afterwards. Don't hesitate to approach me. I will be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to come back to the recording that was with some difficulties. Wojciech Kucharski, the Deputy History Center.
My name is Wojciech Kucharski. I represent Remembrance and Future Center from Wrocław. It is a cultural institution run by City of Wrocław and Polish Ministry of Culture. Our main goal is to present post-war history of Wrocław, the city that belonged to Germany before Second World War and became a Polish city after the war as a result of the decision made by great powers. We believe that this story can inspire to bridge building in contemporary Europe. A key element of this history is Polish-German reconciliation process. In 1965, Polish bishops wrote a letter to the German bishops in which they proposed a model Polish-German reconciliation, model based on three values: truth, dialogue, and forgiveness. Most famous sentence in this document was, "We forgive you and ask forgiveness. Wir gewähren Vergebung und bitten um Vergebung." This sentence was delivered by representatives of people which were victims of Second World War to representative of people who caused the war. The author of this document was Archbishop of Wrocław, Bolesław Kominek. We believe that this act is important part of European and world heritage. If you are interested in this history, go to www.reconciliation.eu. We are also welcome you to contact us.
And last but not least, please, there was the last call question request to just take part in the representation, so I give you the floor.
Well, luckily there's no slides. I will tell you about the computational history group from the University of Helsinki within the Department of Digital Humanities. So basically we use natural language processing, large language models, computer vision, AI in general, to study intellectual history, basically the history of ideas. So when you think, where do all these ideas come from? Human dignity, rights, separation of powers, democracy, parliamentary debates, and free press, free speech, etc. A lot of historians think they happened in the 18th century, so 1700s to 1800s. The English call them, the British call them Enlightenment, French call them Lumière, the German call them Aufklärung. So one example was that Immanuel Kant said he read David Hume and it brought him out of this dogmatischen Schlummer and directed his philosophy to a totally different direction. What he was talking about was that Hume said causality cannot be established a priori in the outside world. Then Immanuel Kant says, yes, this is a real problem. How can we have justice? How can we have reasoning? How can we have an order if these things are not observed objectively out there? So he said, causality, for example, is not out there, but it's necessary. It's a categorical thing, concept in our mind necessary for us to make sense of our life experiences. Justice, as well, is not observed there in the Hobbesian jungle, but we must actively create it through civil institutions and our designs about those institutions to bring this ideal into the material, into the outside world. That's just one example of what we study using a lot of computers to trace the source of ideas by looking through a lot of historical documents. There's also a digital humanities hackathon every year in May, so it just passed. It's a summer school over 10 days to simulate some kind of digital humanities research project in groups, mostly for master's or doctoral students. So tell your students, they can look this up, Digital Humanities Hackathon Helsinki. This year, for example, we had oral history over Holocaust and other interesting themes. There were 4 of them. So I hope it's on time, but thank you very much. Tell your students.
Thank you so much. And with this, we finished the first day, but not really, because there will be the concert. So everybody who registered for the concert is very welcome. And we see each other tomorrow with some of you. Those who registered for the European Remembrance Symposium, we will be at the University of Helsinki at Portania building, and those who registered for the international conference, it will be still here. So please check the program and check the addresses, check the venues. Thank you so much. Goodbye and have a good afternoon.